Hello, everybody. Change of scenery here. Let me know how I sound, how the light is. Also, yeah, here we are. We're live. If the lighting is a little annoying, I can go get like a stand light from the other room. I might even try that real quick because I can't. I have limited options for how I can show my face and whatnot because I'm on a different setup than usual here. Whoops. And hopefully that doesn't end the stream right away. Yeah, I may go try that. Let's see. There we go. All right. Yeah, that's pretty good. So here we are. This is actually, are we doing Discord? Yes. This is actually my old bedroom, still technically bedroom. I'm gonna throw the air mattress there, it's going back on the floor when we're done here. But yeah, we're in here. It's a little bit easier. It's clear for me to get around and move things in and out. And yeah, so welcome to the Florida Funds bug auction. There is it's about I put a ratio on the Discord earlier. It's about 50% isopods, 30% roaches, 20% other stuff. We got a lot of people in here right now. And yeah, let's see. So I'll just go really quick some things about this auction. Everything must go out this week, like Monday or Tuesday, basically. Also, anybody comments on my acoustics? How's things getting picked up, etc. Bit of an echo in here because it's a giant empty room. But anyways, yes, everybody, things must go out this Monday or Tuesday. Everything is prepackaged right next to me. We're actually going to go pretty fast with stuff today too because I packed a lot. It's like 100 things roughly, and we're starting late. I don't want to be up all night as much as I love doing auctions. Just the next week is going to be is crunch time, getting things ready to go before Florida, and I don't have my car back, and the dealership won't tell me that they don't know what's wrong with it, and it's a blah, blah, blah. It's basically the perfect storm of all kinds of not so good stuff. But we're here now, and we're ready for auctions. Again, any comments? A little echoey, but clear. I wonder if moving the mic closer to me might change that. Maybe if I stop talking so loud, we get a little bit more subtle voice. So here we go. We're going to start. I'm going to tell everyone bidding begins. This will be some of the fastest averaged bidding I've done because we have a lot of ground to cover tonight. Lots of ground. I will try to answer questions as they pop up in the YouTube. Remember to like the live stream, etc. Let's start with our first item, and it's a heavy hitter. We have a group of 30 Pyrrhospherus punctatus. I think it's Machau. I don't think anybody ever corrected me on this. Starting bid of $1. Somebody commenting, I don't think I was doing free shipping after 50 for this one. I think for this one it is 100. Yeah, it's $100. I should edit that. Here's an X for the Pyrrhospherus. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Control R. That's looking like Exotic Wilderness got that. See, guys, we're really keeping a good pace up. It's going to be really brisk tonight. 35 exotic wilderness with a winning bid of 35, and I need to get my document open. Pierce, Fears, Pontanis, Macau, 35 exotic wilderness. All right, okay, there we go. I'm just going to correct that really quick. Read rules in YouTube. All right, so we got that, and I got to write them here. Again, front loading a lot of the work for this, and Bugapalooza is not going to go this fast, but I am front loading the work for the Bugapalooza as well, so that I have less to do ultimately, and everybody gets their bugs sooner. All right, we have a group of 20 Hilaria brevicornis, same locality as TJ / invertebrate Druid has starting bid of $1. I'm basically going to go ahead and copy that, copy paste. That's not such a bad decision. This is a work for me. Yeah, you guys are keeping up pretty well with things right now. Not too much chat in the YouTube. Here's an X for the Hilaria, going once, going twice, sold. To Control R. Let's see. Smuggler. All right, I'm liking this. This is more like an actual auction minus the, the going ones, going here 1, 20, 50, 50, 40, 40, 50. Oh, this is a heavy hitter right off the bat. 20 Eucharidia Linglong, and I already forgot how to something Guizhou, China. I'm bad for forgetting that. Starting bid of $1. I will do better next time, guys. I need to hear Kai say it. Kai saying it will cement it in my brain. Let's see. Smugger one with, it was a winning bid of 31. I forgot to say, I got rid of my chair. My chair is gone. Now I have to, no pics of them. Yes, I think our photo gallery is not present, but yeah. Time for Google. Google's your friend. I'll try to slow down just a touch, just so that people have a little bit of time to look things up. I'll try and, I don't know, I'll do something, but rewarding the informed, I suppose. I'm okay with that. Here's an X for the Eucharidia Linglong, going once, going twice. I'll at least say that they're roaches or something. Sold to a lot of not Isopod. We did have some Isopods. Double Z with a winning bid of 68. All right. Remember to write this down on here. I'll get into flow state soon, All right. Next up is a group of 30 everybody should know what these are. Porcelio, Scaber, Spanish Orange, Cure, Orange, starting bid of $1. Everybody knows what Spanish Orange, Porcelio, Scaber, Spanish Orange are. Maybe not the pure stock, perhaps. Yeah, I'll try and bring people up to speed in here. And oh my gosh, 54 people! I can only imagine what the Bugapalooza is going to be like. Yeah, Spanish Orange Isopod, pure stock from Oren, Spanish Scaber. That's about it. Here's an X for the Scaber Orange, Spanish Orange. No U.S. Orange up for grabs this time. Maybe at the Bugapalooza. Going once, going twice. Sold to Circa with a winning bid of $40. I'm liking this. Also, this one without mentioning before, but all proceeds from this are being used for our Florida trip. We now have to rent a vehicle, which unfortunately adds some charges, but we're going to hopefully compensate for that here. A group of 50 Hemithersossera paleata, the cloaked sun roach, starting bid of everything's starting bid of $1. We're beyond the days of higher starting bids, is where we have proceeded to. Is there pictures to see? Unfortunately, I do not have pictures to post as I am going. It will slow things down. You will have to look things up on Google, etc. I will try to describe stuff as well in the YouTube. So it is a good idea to ask some questions here. Any mini vinegaroons by chance? Unsure. You'll have to attend and see where things go. Here's an X for, what are we even bidding on? 50 paleata. Thank you, Smuggler. I appreciate anybody who's adding pictures. I appreciate that. Going once. Going twice. Paleata. Sold to lizard beans with a winning bid of $69. Nice. Can we get a nice in the chat for lizard beans? I would comment on First Blood, but we're just going breakneck speed. I imagine this is a great time to get some things for very low because of how fast things are going, and also a horrible time to get into a bid war. All right, we have a group of 7 Narcissus americanus. That's not how you spell that. Americanus albino. This is orange line, starting bid of $1. This is the age-old Narcissus americanus albino line. Why did they copy the formatting? Get rid of the formatting. There we go. Put that there. Perfect. What else was I going to say about these? I tried to also, most things I tried to get counts over 20 of. So I tried. If I could spare over 20, I did. If I wanted to be a little more conservative, waiting for the Bugapalooza, I held back a little bit more. But we're trying that. These are from before anybody even tracked locales. These were 2004 maybe, an Orin thing. So here's an X for the Narcissus americanus albino. Going once. Going twice. Sold to, that's not even close, Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of $99. Lurking in the shadows as always. Beetle Pixel, Chris Sniper, Dr. Hemorrhoid, Beetle Pixel. I also ran out of deli cups while packing. Since I don't have a car, I can't really get out anywhere to buy stuff right now. So I've gone ultra hermit mode, but that's honestly not the worst thing, given the stuff that I have had to do. All right, here we go. Here's a personal favorite of mine, with Angela being from southern Italy. Although I guess maybe the people from here don't like to be associated with the mainland southern Italians. I'm not well versed in the complexities of the Italian province relations. 30 Armadillo Officinalis, Sicily, starting bid of $1. I do really like these. They get nice and good size. Big fan of the genus Armadillo. Big fan of it. Maybe not the biggest fan. Who knows? Circa asks, why are the Spanish orange scaber called Spanish orange? Because they're actually Spanish stock. They actually were scaber from Spain. And he isolated the orange out of it. Orange, the simple recessive orange mutation, seems to be pretty common in populations from Spain and France in the wild. Our red edges also have those as well. So they are actually from Spain, which I think that was lost on a lot of people as they were mixed with U.S. stock. All right, here's an X for the Officinalis Sicily. Going once. Going twice. Sold. Did somebody beat out Beetle Pixel and Control R? I'm going to see. We're going to see here. Let's see. Beetle Pixel with the upset. Beetle Pixel. Winning bid of 20. Beetle Pixel already making some enemies this evening, I see. Friends and enemies, maybe? All right. Next up, we have one adult female. I have to list this. One virgin adult female. Dorcas, Titanus, Palawanicus, starting bid of $1. She just closed or just came out of the pupil cell, maybe like 2-3 weeks ago. So this is, honestly, if you just want a beetle pet, maybe this is something to get, but kind of more like if you have a male Palawanicus to get ready to, bow chicka ow ow, as they say. Burb says, any way you could delay shipping for an order for a couple of weeks? I'm leaving for vacation on Thursday. Sorry if you already answered this. Unfortunately, I cannot because everything's packed up and ready to go and needs to go out this Monday or Tuesday before I leave for Florida. So unfortunately, I cannot. Circa the Sicily are pure. They were originally from an employee at Josh's Frogs who got them when they first came in. I think I've had them since 2020 or 2021, maybe. So I have to check my records, but I can do that. You can request that from me. All right, here's an X for the Palawanicus female. Going once, going twice. Sold. To Superfly. That's how you spell Superfly. With a winning bid of 35. Congrats, Superfly. I don't know if I've seen you here before. How much was it? 35? To Superfly. Now there's a 35 floating off in the middle of this Excel sheet. Just what I want. Just what I need right now. And we are making pretty good time, I would say, everybody. All right. Ooh, you will not find pictures of this. I'm just going to bring that up. CF Myctoniscus species, Norris Dam State Park, Tennessee, starting bid of $1 for a 30 count. This is one I wasn't necessarily going to bring up. I was going to save this for the Bugapalooza, but I kind of was just like, oh, well, let's get some more stuff in this. The unidentified species from Norris Dam State Park. Angela and I went there last year after our trip to Graceland, and I found two of them under a log, and then that two turned into like hundreds now, fortunately. Put some Hermetica species, Columbia, double Z, you're killing me. Everything's pre-packed. I don't know if I packed up. I don't think I packed up some species Columbia, but they will be at the Bugapalooza. I'm sorry. I hate to disappoint the super chat. Let's celebrate your 5th super. Did I like it? I think I liked it. I thought there'd be something a little bit more dramatic to that. This is an isopod, by the way. This is a tiny isopod. Going once, might be undescribed too. I haven't gotten specimens to Nate. Actually, I haven't heard from Nate in a while. Going twice, sold to Stella's Springtails. The winning bid of 45. Stella's Springtails. Okay, next we have something good utilitarian. We have 100 Pycnoscelis Surinamensis US hobby stock, which we have to label all these lines because we've got like 1 billion of them in captivity now. Just good feeder. I think most people are familiar with Suriname roaches. You either like them or you hate them, I suppose, is the relationship people have with them. The horn one is they're free shipping over a certain amount. Yes, over $100. Look at my hair. There we go. Get a little bit wild tonight. Just a little bit, not too much. I gotta go to sleep. Yeah. Oh, somebody found is that the current picture on Roach? Yeah, it is. It's got that. Man, I'm just now realizing that picture is like, like 15 years old, something crazy like that. Like there will be a day not too far off where that picture is older than some of the people in the Roach Crossing Discord or watching the live stream, perhaps. So yeah, Cesar Roach, the surname Roach. All right, here's an X going once, going twice, sold to, looks like Lucky Charms with a winning bid of 19. Lucky Charms. You know, not everything has to be a dramatic win. You know, that's a good win there. You need Florida legal feeders, or you just need some Pycnoscelis. There you go. So congrats, Lucky Charms. All right, we have a group of 50 Porcelio 90s Prognosis Orange, starting bid of $1. Also from the first time they were imported back in 2017, 2016, perhaps. It's been a while. Again, I got to check my Excel documents where I trace all this stuff. The horned one calling me old. What is Discord link? That is actually a good question, and I will go ahead and link the Discord right now if I can remember how to do that. Invite people. We want to make a permanent link that never expires. It never expires. It's for everybody to use. What a good question. I appreciate that question in the live stream. In fact, I'm going to pin the Discord right now. There we go. There we go. It's pinned here. That was a good question. I appreciate that, actually. Okay. Just so it's on hand. Here's an X for the Prognosis Orange. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Calc BC with a winning bid of $10. Calc BC, again, utilitarian. Calc BC. Just a nice little something to have on hand. A nice snacker for one of your reptiles, perhaps. All right, we have 10 larvae. 10 larvae, Pachnota sinuata, flaviventris, starting bid of $1. The powers that be willing, we will have Pachnota skulka for the Bugapalooza. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying. Let's see. Somebody said, I thought you just turned 18. Me? Maybe? Horned one has Prognosis as a nemesis. Can't keep them alive to save my life. That's very interesting. Elsie commenting about the new Instagram. Yes, I've been trying to get in the habit of updating that every day. It's it's not so bad when I just sort of relax about what I post up there. I think it helps. That is not. I'm going to delete that because that's not Sinuata. I'm going to go ahead and find Sinuata. Sorry, whoever posted that image. I had to exercise some authority because I actually have a good picture of Sinuata on the Roach Crossing website. So I'll just slap that up here and put an X here. Don't look at how I didn't edit the shadows off those. Well, maybe I did that on purpose because they were on a white background. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold to Control R. Control R says that Lucky Charms with a winning bid of 39. A good deal. A couple of good deals tonight. Lucky Charms. Got to put you in the records. 39, Lucky Charms. I will also update everybody on how we're doing in terms of my goals for the auction for stuff. Because we're doing quite well so far. All right, here we go. We have 5 Veronicelidae species, Coral Gables, Florida, starting bid of $1. There's a picture on my Instagram of these. Some of them are pink as adults, which is really cool. I don't know how to get on my Instagram on my computer, though. Maybe I'm logged in. Let's see if I can find the picture. So they're not all pink, but it seems like maybe about 30% of them right now have been pink. Let's see if I can grab this image without butchering anything. About 30% of them are pink, the others typical brown, and some with black stripes. So I don't think these are Legula. I think that they're one of the other introduced pancake slugs to Florida. But I don't know. I think Legula are actually quite monstrous. I think I've gotten them from Ocala and some other places where it's more intact habitat, and then it's like, okay, yeah, this is probably Legula. So here's an X for the Veronicellidae. Going once. Going twice. Sold. 2, Control R. Lucky Charms look like they may have gotten it, but we will see. Sold 2, Circa with a winning bid of 28. All right. Not our last Veronicellidae today, I shall say. All right, another Prunosis. We have 60 Porcelionides Prunosis orange cream, starting bid of $1. Created by yours truly, combining just orange and then the cookies and cream or Oreo crumbles or whatever they were being called at the time. Courtney says, you look youthful in a good way. No, Kyle is 19. Yes, don't flatter me. I look youthful in this light. You don't want to see me in person. It's a different story. After that Florida trip, though, I'm gonna lose at least 5 years of stress on my face and body. I guarantee you. Circa has had Prunosis breed and sphagnum moss while shipping. Yeah, I could see dwarf whites out competing Prunosis too. Care for the Veronicellidae is the same as the black velvet or black pancake slugs if you've kept those. But these seem to like a little bit more wood. Like they eat the paper towel when I pack them up and stuff like that. They seem more a preference for the wood. All right, here's an X for the orange cream. Going once. Going twice. Sold. 2 lizard beans with a winning bid of 37. We are going to be here a while tonight. I can feel it even as I'm going so fast. Oh, speak of the devil, we have 5 Belocaulus Angusta peas, starting bid of $1. This is again the black pancake, black velvet, black leather leaf, etc. slug, and you can feed them on nothing but dog food and dolomite or calcium supplements. Has been my experience. Very easy, and I look forward to hopefully finding Legula and any other introduced Veronicellidae in Florida when I go. Almost certainly should find Legula. I want to get them from like Archbold or something like that. So they are, or Lake Placid, so that it's like the last ones I had from there were huge, and I have a better idea of how to take care of them. That's always nice. All right, here's an X for the Belocaulus, the black pancake slugs, going once, going twice. Sold. 2, looks like Lucky Charms. Control R-ring, though. Lucky Charms with a winning bid of 35. Lucky Charms. Winning bid of 35. All right, okay, this should be a good one. 20 Cubaris species cappuccino, which nobody knows how to spell, myself included, I think, before I had these, and then I figured it out, or rather looked it up and told myself, don't sound stupid, although maybe that's not the right way to spell it. I'm going to look it up again now. I'm pretty sure it's the cappuccino. 2 P's, 2 C's. Yeah, there we go. There we are. All right. Here's an X. Thank you, Smugger Smuggler. Appreciate it. Going once for the cappuccinos. Going twice. Sold. 2. Looks like the odd pet. We'll see. I'm control R-ing right now. And it is the odd pet with a winning bid of 53. I'm going to put you down just as odd pet. That's going to be the abbreviation, odd pet. We don't need the. No need for thes right now. Okay, here we have a group of 20 Pseudomops septentrionalis, Tulsa, Oklahoma, starting bid of $1. I appreciate the provider of Scorpions putting the hashtag read the rules. Very amusing to me. This room is a little trippy seeing it like with none of my stuff in here. Basically, it's kind of weird. I feel like this is going to be how the new office feels. I'm going to be in there like this doesn't feel right. And then eventually it will feel right. Battle Chip asking if I've ever kept hammerhead flatworms. Yes. And I bred them with good success by cutting them up, and then they would regenerate and create more flatworms that way. But then I fed the regenerated ones too much worms once, and that killed them off. That was a long time ago. Like we're talking like 18 years ago, maybe even. Sheesh. Will you be collecting any water bugs or diving beetles? Unsure. I can't pass up a good swarm of one of those, but as far as culturing them, my heart is set on the abatis from Arizona for getting a like actual culture going, and I will put a good effort into that when I get my hands on them again. All right, Pseudomops. Going once, pale bordered field roach. Going twice. Sold. 2 Smuggler with a winning bid of $30. Smuggler. All right, next we have, I know one person who may or may not be here got these before and really enjoys them. 30 Illuma Celata. Getting closer to my name, Smugs. That's funny. El Granada, California, starting bid of $1. I like these guys. There's when you find out they only have like one facet to their eyeball, it makes them really creepy, but also very endearing. Also very dry tolerant if you're doing like a dry bioactive or something like that. Can you guys hear my tokay? Can you hear that? Yeah. Everybody picked that up, the tokay in the background? That's great. This is a good microphone. I may upgrade the webcam in the future, but the microphone seems like I need to keep it around for sure. And then there was a Stilpichlora called a little bit like early on and all that. Anyways, yeah, so that's exciting. Here's an X for the Illuma. Well, that bought whoever was bidding on those some time. Going once, going twice, sold. 2 Pacoisius. I'm going to butcher this writing it down. Winning bid of 30. That is definitely your first auction win, Pacoisius. So congrats, and let me know if I'm saying your name right or wrong. Pacoisius. I can work on that. I'm working on it. What is this? Oh, okay. 40 CF Dorelia species, Philippines, which is another fun thing to spell. Starting bid of $1. Training wheels, good training species for working with Dorelia orani at some point if you are considering such a thing. We are doing very well here, everybody. I also realized I have this tendency, a lot of my sounds go really like really S-y, and that's probably why the katydid called, was because hearing that with the reverb probably sounded like they're called at like that probably my S's trigger that response for the katydid, I bet. So I don't know about the tokay, how the tokay is involved with all this, but oh well. All right, here's an X. Great picture. Photo galleries here. Woo! I don't know if I noticed you before. Yeah, you popped up with the Illuma and stuff, so thank you. Thank you, photo gallery. All right, going once on the CF Doralea species Philippines. This is an easy Doralea to breed. Going once. Possible Doralea. Going twice. Sold. 2. We're doing the control R. Control R-ing, and it looks like the winner is Double Z with a winning bid of 38. 38. Congrats, Double Z. Let's see. Okay. There's actually a good number of millipedes mixed in with everything. It's kind of just bad luck that we haven't gotten any of them yet. 20 Cubaris species, red edge, orange, starting bid at $1. Some of you may have seen the strain that I got at the expo the other weekend, the Equenzu Ocha from was that Ace Ventura reference, but yeah, they're all yellowish or whitish, and they kind of look like the antennae really do kind of look like the horns. I had to ask you what katydid species that is. Stilpniclora couloniana. I have a colony. That's putting it very gratuitously. It's 4 adults that have made it through the winter time that I am desperately waiting for eggs from, because these guys, I know everybody wants Stilpniclora and they're pretty easy pets, but my lord, are they difficult, like long term, because like females basically reproduce once. They make a lot of babies and eggs, but it's like you got to go all in, and by the beginning of the cycle, you're down either from sales or losses or whatever to just your bare minimum breeders. It's very annoying, and I am looking into streamlining the process in the future. Here is an X. Photo Gallery is commenting some stuff on the origins of these, which she is allowed to do. Going once. Going twice. Sold. 2. This is close. It looks like Comrade has the win here, having the previous bid. It looks like, so I have to go with oh, that's right, it goes to Kubrick because of the editing. Kubrick with a winning bid of 56 because of our editing rules. Kubrick is our winner. There's an extensive protocol for editing your bid, which is in the rules, so it does go to Kubrick. All right. Without skipping a beat. And I have those for some reasons to prevent editing bids and other similar things. Now, most stuff that we have here does not have duplicates, as in like it's like each species or strain is just, there's only one going up today. But we have, this is one of 2 of these. So if you lose once, you got another chance later. We have a group of 50 Thuria pediveriana, starting bid of $1, and there's some discussion about these being Bernhardt eye, etc. That is a discussion for another day. They will be listed here. This is the domino roach stock that has been in the U.S. for decades at this point, is what these are. That is that for the moment. Thank you, Photo Gallery. Again, Double Z asking, there's some chicanery going on with that, among other things. But anyways, this is the stock that's been called domino roaches in the U.S. for decades at this point. All right, here's an X. I'll have to go on that tirade the next time that a group goes up. Going once. Going twice. Sold. to Evan for a no. Let's see. I got to do a control R. We got some stuff close here. I got some stuff coming in close. Let's see. It is actually for the Roaches with a winning bid of 51. Unless there's a bigger bid before that, but no, it is for the Roaches with a winning bid of 51 before everybody else's. Congrats for the Roaches. I am eagerly awaiting the day that we get Thuria nuptialis in culture stateside. It will be a happy day. This is difficult because I didn't write the quantity on here, so I have to roughly count. Yeah, that's like 30. Looks like 30. I've had a breakthrough with Diploptera I'd like to share with everybody here that will make them much easier, maybe more accessible to people. University of California, Riverside, starting bid $1. We have 30 Diploptera punctata, University of California, Riverside. My breakthrough was they like it dry, and boy, do they love just dry leaf litter. Like the second I started offering dry leaf, just dry oak leaves, just dry. Like they started eating more of their other food, and just the vigor and everything just skyrocketed. So the fiber seems to be important probably for their digestive movement, etc. I started giving them the oak leaves because I noticed they were eating the pine cones I put in, and I thought that's kind of weird, like it's pine cones. And then I think I refreshed one of the bins. I put all fresh stuff in there, and there were some leaves mixed into the substrate. When I checked on them the next time, all the leaves were gone. And then it's just like, Then I thought there were some reports of them from Hawaii where they were eating the bark off of some sort of cedar trees, like doing some agricultural damage in certain situations in Hawaii. And then I was like, well, maybe they want like the fiber, the cellulose or something like that. Yeah, here exact willingness bringing that up. So anyways, I'm rambling, but that was the big breakthrough. Dry and with the fiber, some sort of fiber available to them in addition to typical roach food. And they've done really well now. So maybe we'll all be drinking roach milk in a couple of years, everybody. Going once, going twice, sold. Also, winner double Z, friendly reminder to everybody to refresh your YouTube live stream so that you don't get desynced. Winning bid of, what was it? $45 to double Z. All right. So yes, refresh your stream, everybody. We are 1/5 done. I can't believe I've been at this for almost an hour, only 1/5 done. Okay. Break time's over. Here we go. 20 Armadillidium Corsarium. I received these very early on in the isopod craze, so nobody cared, nobody had any information with them. Maybe, I don't know if these are even around much anymore. Yeah, I'm not sure. Any more slugs left, or was that the end of them? Not our last gastropods, but the last of the slugs. Time for some weed cheers. I'd try roach milk at least once. Can the university just hand them to me since I'm near them? They might not have them anymore, Double Z, actually. They might have lost them. They lost a couple of their cultures. They had to get restarts from me. Like even their hissers, they're iconic. I guess they're not really that iconic. It's the Cleveland Aquariums that are more iconic. But anyways, going once on the Armadillidium Corsarium. False zebra, roly-poly. Going twice. Sold. To Control Z-ing. I wish these were a little more popular. They're even more dry tolerant than Maculatum. Calc BC with a winning bid of 24. Calc BC, winning bid of 24. Okay. Making our way through this pile. All right, here we go. If there's a certain somebody in the crowd, they might go crazy for these. Maybe a certain somebody. 20 Cubaris Benetensis Yuma, Arizona, starting bid of $1. One of our beautiful native Venezillo / Cubarises that actually fluoresces under black light, as has been become known. So Zen Monkey says 20% done, so that the projection is that we wrap up around 2 a.m. No, I can't have that. I need to sleep. I have things to do tomorrow. Look at me. Guys, I'm a wreck of the Hesperus over here. All right, here's an X for these Cubaris benetensis from Yuma, Arizona. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Terrarium. That might be Small Gwenny, actually. Let me control R. Some people are putting the guns for the sniping here. It's Small Gwenny. It is Small Gwenny on mine. I'm going to do a quick screenshot just to show everybody. Small Gwenny with a winning bid of 55. Small. I'm going to just put you in there as small. You're small. That's your abbreviation. Small Gwenny is small. It's a small abbreviation. So congrats. Your first win tonight. All right, we got something. These didn't sell at my expo because there's a typo. It's supposed to say 150. But but it says 15. So like everybody was probably like, oh, that's awful pricing. But here they are, about 150 Mesium Affini, starting bid of $1. It's a mix. There's adults. There's dog food filled with larvae. It's kind of the whole shebang, actually. More for us. Yes, more for you guys. Don't let us not forget we have a Bugapalooza coming up. I really need to get a new chair before then too. I'm sitting here like man spread more than is even arguably reasonable. It's just sitting here just spread out doing this because I'm on one of my kitchen chairs. I've got the freaking air mattress in the background. Grain Pass. We do have Grain Pass coming up, actually, in addition to this Grain Pass. Going once on the Mesium. Going twice. I hope I find some spider beetles in Florida. That would be rad. Sold. To, looks like Obey the Snark, but let's do a Control R. And do a Control the R. Sold to Lucky Charms with a winning bid of 29. A snipe over some other waiting persons. Winning bid of 29. I like when the autofill kicks in. All right, we have 20 Porcelio Levis. How now? Starting bid $1. A Roach Crossing original out of my caramels, which were another Roach Crossing original. This is ancient stock at this point. These Levis are ancient stock from like 2007 or something like that, when the isopod hobby consisted of maybe barely 10 species, and we got excited when we had Silisticus and Oniscus going. Those were really the days. Send me back to those days. I would like to say some things to Past Kyle. I would like to say some words. Did I hear / smell the word grain pests? Said exact willingness. Yes, you did. I'm going to put an X up for the how nows. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Control R. Looks like circa. There's a period there behind that 30. There is a period. Let's see. It actually goes to circa. There's a period there with a winning bid of 30. Circa does win that because there is a period there. So even if the apostrophe came afterwards, we just care about number and then period after it. So congrats, circa. All right. This is one of those things, like, these guys were just itching to get out today. I haven't fed them in 5 weeks, and they smelled like the fruit jelly I was giving them, and they started going nuts, so I could only catch what I could. We have 10 Eurycotus decipiens, starting bid $1. Love these species. Definitely one of my favorites for sure. I'm going to catch up on the live stream chat here. We have people asking if that's what I sleep on. Yes, when Angela's here, it's what I sleep on because the bed that she brought here is way too small for both of us, and it has a slump in the middle because it's an older bed, and everything just kind of sucks right now. This is how it is. There might be some of the funds from this auction depending on our cost for Florida, may be converted into chair funds, perhaps. Somebody asked about spider beetles. Gibium, I assume, is altered pants, is the Gibium equinoctial. Any desert beetles tonight? Yes, we will have some desert beetles. Exotic wilderness edging closer to having every single grain pest known to man in culture right now. All right, let's wrap this up. We'll put that there. Try not to acknowledge what was said in the Discord. Gonna try real hard. Going once, going twice. Sold. I have to look at the ender because I didn't have my finger on it. Sold to, looks like Taranchi. Could be Taranchi here. Could be Taranchi. Taranchiula. It is Taranchi. Taranchi with a winning bid of $41, beating out Glock roaches. Savagely. Taranchi. Taranchi's first win tonight, too, I think. So congrats. All right. Here we have, whoops, I don't know where that string came from. 20 Porcelio Hoffman's Eggy Eye, starting bid $1. Old standard hobby stock, I guess. Large. Oh, we got some news from the Isopod Battlefield that I need to share when we get to the species that it applies to. But we got some news about some stuff, everybody. Get some news. Small Gwenny says, I just discovered there may be Siliscus near me and I want them. They're pretty common in like the Midwest, in like moist, rotting wood habitats like riparian, compost bins, etc. Willie saying, hope you have a Blabberus or two. I think we do have a couple Blabberus. Yeah, I was thinking, I'm holding back some of them. Some of my Colossus are still recovering from various things, overselling / what have you. But I was trying to really hold back on those for the Bugapalooza. But we will have some Blabberus. Some of my other cultures are doing very well. All right, here's an X for the Hoffman Zeggy Eye. Thank you, Smugger, for finding the picture on my website that's been there forever that I often forget is there. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Glock roaches. Might be having 4805. Looks like Glock roaches, though. Let's see. It is Glock roaches with a winning bid of 50. Glock roaches. I gotta write out the whole thing. I can't just put Glock on there. Glock roaches. First win tonight. Congratulations on your first blood. All right, we have, again, 50% isopods. 20 Porcelio Hassai High Yellow, starting bid of $1. The large Porcelio like to do well for me. It's my saving grace lately amongst the isopod everything, the isopod wastelands, as some may call it. Okay, we're going to go super fast with this one. Going once, the Hassai. I might need some water. Going twice. Sold to Control R-ing, but looks like for the roaches, we're going to see. Looks like for the roaches with a winning bid of 47. You guys woke up. Usually I feel like when I put these up for grabs, they get passed over. And tonight it looks like everybody wanted them. I guess c'est la vie sometimes. All right, we have 12 Archie Mandrita CF Marmorata, starting bid $1. Hobby stock seems to be Marmorata. This used to be labeled Tessellata. So yes, this is what we've been calling the peppered roach for decades. It's becoming very apparent that it's likely this species is actually Marmorata because we have actual Tessellata in culture here. I have not heard back from the person I sent specimens to for identification. He's probably very busy. I might have to send some genitals to Alan. Maybe Alan will dissect and tell us. But we definitely have 2 species in culture now, and there's only 2 described species of Archimandrita, whatever. So somebody is somebody and somebody is somebody else is how that turns out, how that maths out. All right, here's an X. A lot of people getting very excited over this. Going once, going twice. Sold to, looks like Chris Sniper, but it could be small Gwenny. A lot of people wanting the Marmorata. Small Gwenny with a winning bid of 55. Congrats, Small, beating out the legend Chris Sniper. Small Gwenny with a winning bid of 55. Can I just put you in a small? Small. All right. Oh, yeah, so you are capitalized small. All right, we need consistency. Whoopsies. All right, we have, again, as fate would have it, we have another group of 10 larvae, Pachnota sinuata, flaviventris, starting bid of $1. It might defeat the point of this, but I actually am working on a line of flaviventris that doesn't have a yellow belly, so the whole flaviventris part of the subspecies would not, just be kind of funny because they'd be the yellow-bellied subspecies without a yellow belly. So I'm hoping it proves out. We'll see in a couple months, but I think that would just tickle me. They have orangish bellies instead of yellow, so I hope it happens. It'll be funny, although the repercussions are usually not funny. So I'm unsure if the YouTube chat froze or everybody's just been quiet, so let me know. It looks like the time did freeze. So we'll break kayfabe here. I think that's what it's called. And if anybody in the Discord, let me know if you can actually hear me on YouTube. Let me know, because I can't actually see. Like, the last comment was the one by Willy, and the time stopped at 50 minutes and 7 seconds. So let me know if you can hear me. Okay, you guys can hear me. So the problem is, if I refresh, again, there's the option to restart the stream, but I'm scared because what if it's not there if I go to restart the stream, So I'm a little scared. Like, I don't want to ruin this, but I want to read people's comments is the problem. So are we willing to risk? You guys can hear me and you can see me, but I just can't hear or see you guys. Wait a minute. I have another idea. If I open this in another window, as I said before, I can stay updated. If I actually watch my own stream here, I can watch the stream up the chat update. All right. I can. Okay, we're back. We're all good. I can just ignore the main streaming thing and answer you here. We're all good, and we can wrap up these bids too. Here's an X for the Pachnota sinuata flaviventris larvae, going once, going twice. Sold to Dragon Grimoire with a winning bid of 53. We're just going to call you Dragon. Dragon Grimoire with a winning bid of 53. Dragon Grimoire. All right. And I will do a quick check-in how we are doing as far as the status of the auction. We are doing great. We have just officially paid for my part of the trip. I'm paid up. My component of the trip is all done. So wonderful. We did it. We met the thing, everybody. We did it. I'm so proud of this community, et cetera, et cetera. Amazing. I don't know where all the millipedes are. I did pack a lot of millipedes for this, and it's just bad luck with how I shuffled the containers that we're not getting at any. We should do a giveaway at some point. We'll do a giveaway. right now. We'll do a giveaway. We'll do a giveaway right now. But what? What are we going to do it for? All right, we're going to, I don't know. I want to do an objective fact. We're going to do a giveaway for 3 Spirostreptus species 1. But I got to figure out what I want to ask. What am I going to ask for? They're just little babies. This is just, again, it's a little fun thing because we hit a goal. Smugway asked me my middle name. Sheesh, what am I gonna ask for? I hate this. I hate being put on the spot like this. Have I? I don't want to ask this because I don't want to ask the same question twice. But man, I have one at the top of my head. Have I already done any questions pertinent to Pokemon? Have I already asked anything about Pokemon in the past? Have I? Anybody remember frequent watchers of the stream? Have I asked anything pertinent to Pokemon? Okay, well then here's the time to do it. We're going to ask. This is the question for the giveaway. We are going to ask, what is my favorite Gen 1 Pokemon? All right, let's see. Somebody remembered I shared my Goldeen's cards story. Yeah, that's funny. I remember that was last Bugapalooza. Nobody's gotten it. I don't even care if it's spelled properly. I just gotta see it. Wow, you guys are. Somebody's just gonna go down the list. Nobody's gotten it yet. Maybe it'll be surprising. Nidoking is close, but it's not the first one that comes to mind, so I'm not going with it. But somebody will get it. Somebody's gotta get it. Gen 1. It's Gen 1. I don't see it. Some Zaltor. The heck is a Zaltor? I don't see it. I'm going to scroll up in case I missed it, but I'm pretty sure nobody got it yet. Hyper Beam! We have a winner! Aerodactyl is actually my favorite Gen 1 Pokemon. I don't know if that's a huge surprise to anybody. Hyper Beam, you win a group of 3 Spirostreptus species 1, not X2, X3. $0. Hyper Beam / Ice Beam. Congrats. I feel like that's fitting. I think. Aerodactyl is pretty base. Is shipping still free after? It's free after $100, Alan. It's in the rules here. It's free after $100. We're on a Bugapalooza kind of rules. It's in the rules on YouTube. So it's $100. Anyways, do you like Mega Aerodactyl? I like the concept. I like the weird. What they try to do? What do they call that? Retro something. They tried to retroactively say oh, this is actually the real form, and the other form is kind of missing something. Kind of like that concept. I just like it a lot. It's a very, very bad Pokemon to use in Gen 1. Obviously, it has no good moves for its typing and whatnot, but Gen 3, it's dangerous, so I really like Aerodactyl. All right, here we go. We're going to, speaking of millipedes, we're going to auction off a couple. We're going to do 5 Spirostreptus species 1 unsexed babies. Starting bid of $1. My number 1 recommended pet millipede species right here. Again, just kind of bad luck that we haven't actually gotten to many millipedes because I did pack up a good number of them. I kind of think you may have mentioned that, but it took hearing it to recognize. Put more bugs for free shipping. It's funny. Hyper Beam, actually, I wanted these a lot. Thank you. Well, good job. And thank you to everybody who participated, including the memers. The memers, you are always appreciated. All right, here's an X for the species 1 going once, going twice. Sold. 2. Refreshing. Smuggler. I am cursed to forever not spell your name correctly. It really is some sort of a curse. Smuggler with a winning bid of 36. So I guess I should also say our next goalpost is Will's been doing work for me for free. He's been working for credits because I'm just going to pay for everything for the Florida trip. It makes it easier and then divide it 3 ways. So next up, we are paying for Will's Florida trip. Is the next goalpost to hit. So here we go. Let's do 30 Porcelio Scaber Red Edge. Again, I suspect these are probably based on pictures I've seen on INAT and our experience with Porcelio Scaber Spanish Orange. I suspect these are probably from somewhere in France close to Spain. They look very similar to some Spanish stock, but also some pictures of French Scaber that I've seen. And they do have the orange mutation. It seems innate to the line. I don't think there was compromisation here before I received them. It seems like orange, again, is probably innate to them. So really neat. It is a little discouraging because a lot of them do look really cool with the red edges, and then you'll just get the solid orange, and you'll get scared by, you'll fall in love with hats. You'll be deceived by hats if you try to breed something out of it. But anyways, good stock to have. 5 hours later. How many more after this? Red equals yellow or even orange if lucky in inverts. Yeah, with some stuff. Here's an X. Those pictures seem pretty reasonable. I feel like I get a lot more intense color out of them than those show, but it could be the conditions I raised them in. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Photo Gallery with a winning bid of 50. All right, Photo Gallery stepping in here, becoming autonomous. Everybody's like, what? What? The bot can bid? No way. Yes, the bot is not a bot. The bot is a human desiring to become a bot, actually. Anthony asking how much is shipping if I want it $53. It's usually about $20 to $30 this time of year. I don't have to use winter shipping supplies anymore, so it's usually pretty cheap for shipping and handling. All right, we have a group of 50. Gyna Centurio. This chair is not good for my back. This room, the setup is not good for my back. This is not how Bugapalooza is going to go, or I will be dead. Thank you, Ed Boy, for the beautiful meme. Memes are appreciated in between bids, people. I appreciate it. I love Provider Scorpions commenting that the Photo Gallery thought Photo Gallery was a bot. No, he's a human being aspiring to shed his flesh obligations and become a bot that solely finds pictures of bugs online from our eclectic references. We are all bots deep down, someone once said. If that someone was a bot, can you trust them? And yet you trust the chemicals in your mind to tell you that you're only chemicals? Or whatever that is, which I love. Here's an X for the Centurio. Going once. Gosh, I hope I can get some CF Sculpturata back up for the Bugapalooza. If they're going to be up again, they're going to be for the Bugapalooza. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Beetle Pixel. With a winning bid of 51 to Beetle Pixel. Also, some of you can see have seen. I'm not my typing and my actual handwriting are in similar in camps. Although I am a very fast typer, I don't think I have very many issues considering how fast I type on my writing. Could have used some more work, or maybe I should have kept up on it over time, but did not have a reason to. We're going to skip over that. We're going to do this next. We need 50 Elliptorhina Chopardi. These guys are just doing phenomenal for me this winter. They're doing better than they've ever done the entire time that I've ever had them. And here you go. Here's a chance I get to share them with y'all. Some dwarf hissers. Small Gway says, can you just give me cheap bioactive good species so I can sleep, Kyle? I promise I will send you some piebald armadillidium badium once they're consistently visual. Pretty please. I mean, that's called a trade, and I like trades, so, that's fine. All right, here's an X for the Elliptorhinus chapardae. I think Exotic Wilderness is kicking himself because I think he bought some of these from me a couple months ago, but maybe not. I think they're doing well for him, so. But this is kind of just a bomb of a culture. Going once, going twice, sold to everybody jumping in the last second here. Let's see, who is it? Behigiger, winning bid of 42. Behigiger. All right, now we go into these guys next. We have Porcelio, 20 Porcelio Scaber Rainbow Stock, starting bid of $1. Alan reminds everybody to refresh your YouTube stream if you feel you're lagging behind. So Rainbow Stock is the what is it, penultimate? Is that what it is? Subaltimate version of the Roy G. Bivs, which I will not be auctioning off at this time, but they will be present at the Bugapalooza. But basically, the Rainbow Stock is just a bit less refined than that. So you still get a lot of darker, not a lot, but it's just not as perfected as the Roy G. Biv is in terms of keeping the dark colors out of there, like the darker yellow calicos and whatnot. It's a beautiful line still. It's better than most of the other lines, if I do say so myself, that are floating around in terms of color. But just know that they're not Roy G. Bivs, but still really good. A lot of work went into these. Oh, that's a picture from that one auction I did. That might be the Roy G. Bivs, though. I can't remember. Again, both these strains are variable, but the Roy G. Bivs, I did get a lot of the dark colors out of there, so they're very similar. But thank you, Photo Gallery, for pulling that out. Here's an X for the Rainbow Stock. Again, this is primed for you pulling your own projects out of it, everybody. It's no simple recessive stuff. It's just good to go. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Lizward Beans with a winning bid of 50. Lizward Beans. Lizard Bems, it says on the container now. Lizard Beans. Lizward Beans. We are getting close to the last of this first section, everybody. We have another. I don't want to type this out. Look for Virgin. There we go. I have another virgin adult Dorcas titanus palawanicus. This last year was my first time actually producing them myself, and I ended up with the 15 larvae that I held back. I ended up with 13 females and 2 males. One male died in the pupal cell, and the other one is still a larva. So that's the odds sometimes with beetles, folks. And that was my Dichronorhina derbiana also. I think it was 15 adult males from the larvae I kept back from that. I'm like, do I have to keep 30 freaking larvae back from things now? But oh well, sometimes you get a bad roll, everybody. You get a bad roll. Here's an X for the Titanus palawanicus female. Might make a good pet, but I would strongly suggest tracking down a male and getting some babies out of her. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Crime Bear with a winning bid of 17. I'm just going to put that aside for you, Alan. Little home slice, Alan. All right, 30 Armadillidium Espagnoli, starting bid of $1. These are the ones that somebody was saying are extinct in the wild, and maybe that was to drive up sales or something ridiculous. I don't know. Did anybody hear any more about that ever? LC asking, any more Uricotis? Yes, we have some more Uricotis coming up in a bit. Well, I actually don't know when they're coming up, but eventually it has to happen. So All right, the Espanola. Let's put an X here. Boy, how the mighty have fallen. These used to be a coveted isopod. Everybody was breaking their necks for it. Now, everybody, the appeal has been lost, it would seem. I don't know. I like them. They're very dry tolerant, good for dry bioactive. Going once. Going twice. Sold. 2. I think Obey the Snarf's going to win this. I'm suspecting Obey the Snarf with a winning bid of 27. We're just going to put Obey on the container. But Kubrick dodging a bullet, of course, I would have excused that if Kubrick abandoned the bid to Obey the Snarf. I would have accepted that, but you know. All right, here we go. Some Blabberus, 15 Blabberus, Giganteus, and the same stock I've had for decades. Starting bid of $1. I'm gonna have a label for this strain going on, but I need to. I can't check my. I could check the Excel right now. It's gonna take a minute because I gotta navigate to here. Now, where did I put it? Website 2024 website overhaul. All right, now we go to the master list. Now we go to the Roach list. We wait for Excel to pull that up and hope my computer doesn't crash. All right, we ignore all the work I still have to do, even after I worked for 3 days straight writing descriptions. We ignore that and we try to find out where Giganteus is and we try to see what label I was using. All Pet Roaches Forum 2006 was the line that was the name I was calling it. I think I have to coordinate that with TJ though. So, but at least you know it's the same stock I've had pretty much forever. Here's an X for Giganteus. It is nice to know some things in life are permanent or are not ephemeral. Going once, going twice, sold. I'm also noticing that Bone Marrow with a winning bid of 60. Sorry, Muerte 26. But you got the period on the wrong side, so this must go to Bone Marrow with a winning bid of 60. What was I going to say? Yeah, I've handled those things forever. I will probably die with those Giganteus, and somehow I have managed to never kill the colony, which is a miracle in its own right. Will these ship out on Monday? They will ship out Monday or Tuesday. I'm going to try my best to get them out Monday, but it depends on a couple of factors. But if not Tuesday, if not Monday, Tuesday at the latest, because they are ready to go. Now, what is this? 30 Erinavega species, Florida Canyon. Arizona starting bid $1. If there are images of these, they're on TJ's site. It's just a pretty good beginner Erinavega. I wonder if TJ has Erinavega Florida Canyon. I can't remember if I sent them to him. I don't seem to see it. So maybe I'll run to INET really quick. Erinavega. Florida Canyon, Florida. No, Arizona, not Florida. Brain. All right. We need to make a custom boundary. Let's stretch this out. See how close we can get. If anybody's even reported Erinavega from out here. Okay, we got one match. And that looks pretty similar. That's the best I got. No pictures of the nymphs yet, guys. Well, I do have pictures of the nymphs, but you know how it is right now. All right, here's the X. Why am I editing that? Cancel. We need to close the bid up. All right. Going once. Going twice. Sold. 2 looks like Glock roaches. Again, eventually, guys, you will like the descriptions for the Erinavega that are ready. I did get all those done for the site. That should be very nice when it finally goes up. All right, Glock roaches with a winning bid of 35. My mouth is getting dry. I am so close to taking a break to get something to wet my whistle, and it might be of the alcoholic variety. Perhaps. We will see. All right. Ooh, here's a fun one. We've got 25 Porcelio Scaber Excalibur. Starting bid of $1. It seems my white tigers might be lost unless Dr. Hemorrhoids have salvaged. If anybody here has white tiger Scaber from me, let me know. I need them bad. I need them very bad. I need to get them back very badly. Small glass and Q-bar spent intense is dry or moist. Half dry, half moist, full top ventilation. Baby. Bong and a beer here. Thank you, Photo Gallery, with pictures of the Excaliburs. But yes, also, please tell me somebody has my white tigers. Otherwise, what I have to do is I have to breed back to Lucy and then get the trait out of that without the leucistic allele being involved. And that's a lot of hassle. So please tell me somebody has white tigers from me, please. All right, here's an X for the Excalibur. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To, looks like Photo Gallery, but could be Bob Harrison. Could be Bobbert Harrison. Photo Gallery with a winning bid of 40. Surprise, surprise. From the literal bot, we are down to the last 7 things. All right, here we go. Desert Beetles. Somebody was requesting Desert Beetles. We have 10 adult Ambaphion, Glabrum, Colorado City, Arizona. Starting bid of $1. Captive bred. If something's not captive bred, you will see I will put that it is wild caught. These are captive bred. There's only like one thing I think we're going to get to that's wild caught. You guys probably already know what that is. We're getting 40 Oicon here. I'm not sure. Laura asking if Russ has my white tiger Scaber. I'll have to ask. I should ask if somebody's got Russ as a good candidate. Small Gwenny going to PM me about some questions about some stuff. I look forward to that. Might be a couple days though. All right, here's an X. Going once. I can't fall asleep. We're not even halfway done. Going twice. Sold. To Control R-ing. Let's see who it is. Who is it? It is Ether 101. Congrats with a winning bid of 32. Ether 101. Congrats on your bid. I wonder if you were the person who was asking about Desert Beetles before. Here you go. All right. Now we have 30 Cristarum muricatum, starting bid of $1. Who is Control R-ing that keeps winning these? Hilarious. Hilarious original content. This freeze too. Now I gotta Control R my own YouTube live stream. There we go. We're gonna leave it. I don't want to look at my paused face. We got a lot of people here, everybody. Remember to like the stream. I appreciate it. Wow, that is a beautiful picture of, I think that was Little Manatee River State Park, Florida, with a nice trail over that nice white sand. Here's an X for the muricatum, the spiky pineapples as they've been called. I know somebody who is isolating a white form, which I am very excited for. I like these guys. I like them a lot. Easy. They like it a little drier, well ventilated. Going once, going twice. Sold. To, looks like Comrade, but no, looks like For the Roaches. We got to Control R this one. Pretty sure it's For the Roaches. Pretty sure For the Roaches beating out Kelpie's mom with 69 mice. Winning bid of 71 from For the Roaches. You guys are really getting spoiled the last 2 weeks. Really, the next like 6 weeks. 2 smaller auctions. The weekend of the Bugapalooza. All right, here we go. Here we go. Get vicious for these. We have 15 Macrolenostreptis brachyceras bugs in cyberspace / Orin McMonagle strain. Don't know if that will be the final label, but you get the idea. Starting bid of $1. This is the Tanzanian worm millipedes. Really cool. They do look very wormy in person. They get larger. Well, when I was younger, I thought that they got like really big, like 7 inches long. I don't know why I thought that. Maybe it's on bugs in cyberspace. I'm mixing up 2 different descriptions. And then I eventually found out they were smaller, and that kind of made me not want to try them. They were always very expensive. And then I finally just bit the bullet and got some from Warren 2-3 years ago. And no, they're quite sizable. They're like 3.5-ish inches long, and also possibly parthenogenetic. I think that was the thing going around, was that they were likely parthenogenetic. So LCS value, Blabberus and Archimandrita hybridizing. We've seen weird stuff happen in roaches before, so if somebody told me that, I wouldn't be surprised, but I think there's a low chance of those 2 genera crossing, just in my opinion. Could be wrong, though. Somebody can prove me wrong. Here's an X for the Macrolenostreptis. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To looks like Kelpie's mom. Let's see. Kelpie's mom with a winning bid of 70. Congrats. I think that's your first win tonight. Winning bid of 70. Congrats. And I think your first winning bid of a bug auction, perhaps, too. And I got a lot of stuff to copy here. And I'm just now realizing I misspelled brachyceras as well. I'm a hack. I'm a shame. I'm in shambles here, everybody. I'm sorry. I'm losing it. I'm putting profit over my proper nomenclature. At least it is spelled correctly on here. You can see, and also my poor handwriting. But hey, we're busy. We got a lot of stuff to do here, everybody. Let's see. Next up. Oh, I never put a number on here. If you want to see just how things can change, we have a group of 100 Euthyrhapa pacifica, Oahu, Hawaii, starting bid of $1. I don't think anybody could have known that these things would be so easy and prolific. Like, you see the adult, and roach people craved them for decades, and then we got them, and then you think, oh, it's a tiny roach, it's going to be kind of fragile, and we got to be careful, and blah, blah. These things are so ridiculously fecund. Like, you could probably throw them in with almost any other roach or like a lot of other creatures, and they would thrive. It's pretty crazy. Are you going to make us beg after this nice stretch of auctions? Until I need funds for the barn or something like that, maybe. Any Darapeltis pollinoi? I did not pack up any pollinoi. They will be at the Bugapalooza, though. No Chirinus acosta. I actually have to check on mine. I haven't done office maintenance, and I need to before I go to Florida because it's been 5 or 6 weeks. So, all right, here's an X. These are kind of like, I want Eucharidia, but we have Eucharidia at home. This is kind of like Costco brand Eucharidia. But that's a little mean because they are pretty. I like them a lot. But you know what I'm saying. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To, looks like lizard beans very definitively. Lizard beans with a winning bid of $80 for the Pacifica lizard beans. So many creative spellings for lizard beans. things I'm coming up with here. We have 3 things left until I go off and get something to drink. And the next batch of stuff, I'm going to drop these off in the living room, the ones that we've finished up already. All right, we got 25 Pro Porcellio volcanius, and this is the proper spelling. You'll see it spelled many different ways, but I looked this up on the Global Marine Species File database thing, and it's actually volcanius, not volcanicus, not however other ways it's been spelled. Starting bid of $1 for these. I don't really know if I could say if they like it more moist or dry. Like kind of mid maybe. Good ventilation may be important. They've done well for me. We need to buy you a big autoclave. I've talked to that company, the mushroom one, about their autoclave, and like it was difficult. Like the guy kept kind of getting the runaround, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I know somebody who can fabricate a basket that you need." I contact that person, nothing. I go back to the manufacturer for the autoclave. Hey, the guy didn't get back to me. Oh, I'll contact him. Nothing. Didn't hear back. So now I'm like, I need to find an alternative to this. Like maybe industrial microwave, like they use in a larger scale, like food service industry. I'm thinking a lot of stuff in the food service industry might be useful to me as far as price point and the effectiveness that I need. So we'll see. We'll see. Let's put an X here. Somebody asking any more spikies. I think we have at least one more kind of spiky, prickly being coming up. All right, going once on the Pro Porcellio. Going twice. Sold. To Dragon Grimoire with a winning bid of 35. To Dragon Grimoire. 35. Okay, our last 2 before the short break for me to go get more stuff. 30. Oh, we'll do these. Oh, no, we'll do those. 30. Pseudoglomerus tarsalis, Thailand, starting bid of $1. I have some unfortunate news, everybody. I don't have any Magnifica available for this auction, but they will be here for the Bugapalooza. They have not bred almost at all over the winter time for me, which is unfortunate, but we'll soon. All-American 941 pressure cooker. Is that an actual thing? Then we'll look that up. The 941 pressure cooker / canner. Yeah, how much does it hold? Like, I was really hoping to get like at least 5-gallon increments. How much is 41.5 quarts? Look this up. 41.5 quarts, 2 gallons. Okay, yeah. There we go. That'll do. 10-gallon pressure cooker. Oh yeah, I'm bookmarking that. That is 100% something I can do. Wow, I don't need to spend thousands of dollars on an autoclave when I could just buy that 10 gallons too, and none of this runaround, and I know it's just a bare thing, and it's at just the right price point where I could run it into the ground if I needed to and not worry too much. People asking questions on the bid. Remember to ask your questions in the live stream. You gotta ask it there, folks. But it's same care as Magnifica, basically a little bit more tolerable. No diapause. Here's an X. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To looks like double Z. Also, I do apologize for people who have, I think some people were saying they may have some sensory issues and stuff like that. I am not big enough on YouTube yet for them to provide the auto-generated subtitles, captions, etc. But hopefully one day I will be there. Double Z with a winning bid of 69. Double Z. 69. Nice. See, that wins bids sometimes. You guys got to be more trigger happy with the funny number. The funny numbers, sometimes they win. And finally, actually, here we go. Somebody wanted a spiky / spiny / prickly, etc. We have 15, and it killed me to do this because I love them so much. 15 armadillo tuberculosis, starting bid of $1. Definitely in my top 10 isopods nowadays, or maybe just ever. I really like them a lot. They're bluish. They're textured for my enjoyment. I like them a lot. They are my little babies, and it's one of the few bugs that I feel kind of bad selling. It's weird. I have a weird attachment to these and to very few other things in this way, where when I go to pack them up, I am very much so I don't want to send you off. I want you to stay, and not from a strictly pragmatic okay, I gotta keep the colony doing well. We can't send those ones. We gotta keep it like this and blah blah. It's it's a legitimate attachment. It's very weird, and it's basically only for this species out of everything that I have. Just this, and I don't know why. I have no idea why it's like that. Oh, Alan says bid related questions be asked on the bid channels you've approved before. Thank you, Vice Chancellor. I will keep that in mind. Sorry, guys, I forgot my own rules. It happens sometimes. Here's an X for these guys. That's a nice picture. It's from Photo Gallery. Going once for my precious tuberculosis. Going twice. Sold. Two, looks like for the roaches. Appears to be for the roaches, but we will see. We will consult. And it is for the roaches with a winning bid of 73 for the roaches. 73. Okay. I will answer that question in the live stream really quickly. Any Princessia? No, we do not have any Princessia tonight. They will be at the Bugapalooza, however. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is go put this stuff in the living room, grab another batch. Let's see how we're doing for time. We're doing pretty okay. For funds, we are going to hit another milestone pretty good, guys. You guys are just smashing it today, just knocking this out of the park, and I can feel my anxiety about leaving for Florida at least starting to melt a little bit. This is really good, guys. So I'll be back in 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. So see y'all then. All right, decided you're all going to be accomplices to my consumption this evening. For every winning bid over $50, I have to take a sip of my beloved Robertson Winery Natural Sweet Red Wine. I love this stuff so much. So much it's not back sweetened. It doesn't make me feel like crap after I drink it like a lot of American wines do because they back sweeten or they use that super purple or whatever. But anyways, rant over. Here we go. Okay, mic is on. We're good to go. And I curated things. I try to mix stuff up a lot, but I try to keep a couple of really good things for last, like ultimately last. So, anyways, here we go. 40 Armadillidia maculatum, original 2014 import. Starting bid of $1. This is the stock that is likely from Germany. Doesn't have those weird marbled individuals like the stock that came in around 2018 does. Let's see. I'll catch up on the chat here. Any more spiky? Blah, blah, we already answered that. No Columboniscus, although they will be at the Bugapalooza. Nothing else on the list is less than $50. Best wish. Did I say $50? Okay, I gotta make a note of that. What can I do that for? $50 in a new tab search bar, so I remember that. $50. I will take a drink of that stuff. Okay, here's an X for the maculatum circa going for the jugular, going once on this lovely stock. They finally going once, going twice. Sold to Beetle Pixel. All right, winning bid of $52 from Beetle Pixel. You got me. I'll take the. Didn't assert enough dominance. Here we go. One swig. Oh, this is so good. I imagine this is like the wine of old, where they would just have it like over the course of a day for funnery. Like it goes on so easy, it doesn't smack you on your butt. It's just a pleasant experience, and I'm just now realizing I need to unload everything from here so I can reload it into that over there. Give me one moment, everybody. Just trying to fiddle around. I can't believe how much stuff I packed for this auction, guys. It's ridiculous, but you know how I am. It's nice to bring the community together in these roach wiggleless times. We all know we need something like that in our lives. I've missed doing the Wiggles guy. Angela and I have been miserable. We've been miserable with the lack of a schedule and cars breaking down and hoses breaking, emotions breaking, all this stuff. It's been a wild. I want to get off of, as I've said before, I wish to get off of Mr. Bones's wild ride, everybody. But we're really just starting, but we'll get there. All in due time. So, boring airplane don't end for another 3 hours. It's funny. Let's see. What we're going to do next. All right, here we go. We have 30 Grumpha Durina Portentosa University of California Riverside starting bid $1. This is the stock that UCR actually lost and then had to get some back from me. But this is ancient stock from like the 80s. It's been isolated for it. Some good stuff. Some good stuff, everybody. Lizard Bean says, I just broke my reverse osmosis filter system just changing a cartridge. Is that a monkey with we all need someone to lean on? Yeah, we need that pretty hard right now. One day I hope to be more generally philanthropic, but it's definitely not coming in the next couple of years, I imagine. But one day I'll be there. Actually, I had some deranged, fleeting thoughts of one day turning Roach Crossing into a nonprofit. I'm not sure how that would work out or how exactly I would switch things, but I've considered that. Like once things are established, maybe converting to that and basically just getting bugs to people being the whole thing. So I'm not sure. I don't know. Dreams. Here's an X for the UCR Portentosa going once, going twice, sold. To Control R. Also, I got to spit out the thought I had before. My 2014 Maculatum finally threw Dalmatians again for the first time in like 7 years or something like that. So now I can get my old Dalmatian line going without having to pay a lot of money from somebody else to get it back, as is seen on my bounties page. Obey the Snarf is the winner with a winning bid of 35. A good deal on this group of Portentosa. We have some other Portentosa coming up tonight. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge. All right, here we go. We have 100 Cubaris species. Panda King, common name Panda Rat Isopod, starting bid of $1. I will never not think that I am the funniest person alive for saying that. I will never believe otherwise. Did I hear dreams? Are those going to be auctioned? Hopes and dreams could be auctioned. One could argue I've already done that with my life. Julio Gordillo says, do you have ants? Not on purpose. I have some sort of moisture ant. Zach from Canada ants. Whoever he does ants in Canada. He's not Ants Canada. Zach identified them for me. It's some sort of very, very common, very speciose, multi-queen, weird reproductive cycle ant that lives in moist conditions, and I have those going in some of my enclosures now. I have no idea where they came from, but they don't harm the bugs, and they just sort of hang out. So I'm like, I guess I'm breeding an ant now, I guess. Would you mind doing a couple of gastropods before I log off for bed? I would love to if I knew where they were. I don't know where our final gastropods are in these stacks. When I picked them, I just kind of glanced and said, oh, yeah, let's put that aside for the end. And then, oh, let's do that now. Here's an X for the Panda Rats. Circa with a beautiful image. I love the image there. The blurred Panda Rats going once. Oh, shoot, I said salt. Sorry, guys. I've had one sip of wine, and apparently that's one sip too much. But it's courteous. I'm really sorry for that. This doesn't usually happen to me. Oh, we're going to have a fun time tonight. Winning bid of 45 to Paco E6. I'm sorry, guys. For the record, I am really fun to drink with. If anybody wants to do that at some point, I am a great person to drink with. Not angry in the slightest. I do end up on the floor, though. Usually I just ooze down to the floor. 60 Eublabrus biolii, 6-spot roaches, starting bid of $1. This is a pop and play colony. You will have many in no time, although there might only be a couple adults in here, if any. Everclear? What's Everclear? Stacks and sticks and stacks, new cleanup crews for sale. Would you... G. Steverson says, what part of Florida are you going to? The Homestead area, through the Everglades, Archbold, Arcadia, Lake Placid. Going to try and spend some time in the Apalachicola region, too. It's been a while since I've been there, and I think I'm ready to go back and get the Pseudophilus gracilipes apalachicola. I'm going to go for that. Not really. I need to restart my Epilampra, but other than that, as far as specific roaches, I'm just kind of going to just get general stuff. I don't necessarily have any specific roach targets. I just collect what I can where I can. Are these roaches Florida legal? No, these ones are not dragging Grimoire, and I will try to answer that in here as best as I can. Oh, hello. Yeah, Apalachicola is where we are. Yeah, we Torreya State Park, Bristol kind of stuff. We're not 100% sure on that part of our trip. All right, here's the X going once, going twice, sold to Chris Snooper with a winning bid of $50. Chris S. I said 50. Did I say $50 or more? That's close enough. $50 is close enough to $50 or more. And I do have another one of these. Also, should we run out of this one as a primary incentive? Chris Sniper, this is your first win tonight. Astounding. I was not anticipating that. I wonder what the dogs are sniffing over. All right. We have 20 Troglodilo species soil, starting bid of $1. I really like these. Again, I was critical of them because of their very boring name, but I like them. I do like them a fair amount. Not as much as I like the white pigeons. The white pigeons ended up being much more of a favorite for me. And there will be some at the Bugapalooza. You ever thought of crossing the red edge and Excalibur Scaber for an improved red edge? I'm not sure if it'll work like that, but I would love to do it. I don't have time right now. When I move and I settle in and I get all the finances and all this other stuff coalesces, I will do some mixing of stuff like that. But first and foremost, I want to get orange out of the red edge. I want to get the orange mutation out of there so I have just a pure red edge and I don't get confused by hets. Don't want to get hexed by hets. Here's an X for the Troglodilo species soil. Going once, going twice, sold to Dragon Grimoire with a winning bid of 25. 25 to Dragon Grimoire. All right. I will read my own handwriting. Okay, what's this? All right, we have a group of 50 Gyna Larita, starting bid $1. Not Florida legal. I'll try and say that where I can and where I remember. Alan says Apalachicola is a beautiful place. I love visiting there occasionally. Bristol is where I get a motel at when I go down there. Alan is just making some small talk. It's kind of unusual for Alan to not be saying something very specifical. Technically, we are in Bristol. My friend Aunt lives in Torrey State Park area. No one ever knows where we live at, so we always say Tallahassee or Apalachicola. Jay Steverson, the last time I was there in Torrey State Park, there was this like small restaurant, maybe like a mile or two outside of the state park, that had the best ribeye steak I've ever had in my entire life. And I don't know where it is. If you know where I'm talking about, please let me know. That is a picture of Cafrorum. I'm going to delete that. I'm going to delete our bot too. Our bot is a bad bot. Here's an X for the Lurida. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Calc BC with a winning bid of 33. Calc BC for the Lurida. I know Lurida. Calc BC. All right. Next up, we have. All right. Alan can correct me if I'm wrong on this, if I labeled this wrong. I think this is what we're using. Porcelio F. Magnificus, Almeria Mountains, starting bid $1. I think this is what we're using for now. So the Porcelio species Almeria Mountains, which was called Hoffmannsegii Almeria Mountains, actually is not Hoffmannsegii and is actually physically closer to Magnificus, and might explain some of that debauchery where people were saying, oh, yes, Hoffmannsegii and Magnificus used to be classed as the same species, is because nobody checked morphological characters. This Magnificus locality or species that's very close to Magnificus looks identical to Hoffmannsegii in terms of colors, but apparently morphologically they're very different. Something that I called out a while ago, that I do not believe that these were Hoffmannsegii. So give me my little bit of clout. So, but anyway, so currently, I guess they might actually be Magnificus, but in the bare minimum, they're not Hoffmannsegii for sure. So here's an X, and there's a bid of $75. So I'm going to be taking a swig. Going once, going twice, sold to Photo Gallery with a winning bid of 100 for the Almeria Mountains Possible Magnificus. I didn't copy paste that, did I? Photo Gallery dropping a nuke. What can we say here? Sometimes it happens. And with that, I'm going to check where we are. And we are so close to having our next goal. So close. We will be there soon enough. But it's nice big bids like that really help. Look at this photograph. It's hilarious. Does that mean 2 shots? It means 1. It means 1, but I'll make it a bigger one. Please remind me to keep that promise to everybody. I may forget as I get more inebriated and more loosey-goosey, as my mother would say. Loosey-goosey. Okay, we have 15 Beano-Itolis species cow sock, starting bid of $1. This is one of the fluorescing, it's fluorescing. Millipedes, very easy to raise, is a good starter millipede, very similar to kind of like a browner bumblebee, which we will have some bumblebees later. Let's see. Gas stations in Bristol get Florida giant katydids, Dynastes tideus, and Strategus anteus, FYI. Sweet. How long ago was it? The only restaurant we have is the Appalachia restaurant. The towns of Quincy and Sneeds are near the park. Was it Big Papa's Chop Shop? I don't know. It was kind of a smaller diner kind of feeling place, but boy, was it so good. And it was kind of in the middle of nowhere. Like it wasn't, I don't remember being close to a lot of other stuff. It was kind of like, again, a couple of, like maybe a mile or 2 outside of the park, but it's been so long. I don't think it was that, but that sounds really good. Big Papa's Chop Shop. Fascinating. All right, here's an X for the Beano-Itolis. I have a YouTube short of these. Speaking of which, I need to put some more YouTube shorts up, although this live stream kind of occupies the video producing niche for me right now. So, All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. 2, looks like for the roaches. We're going to find out. For the roaches, with a winning bid of 54, and I am going to drink some more for the roach. Help me out, pour. 54 for the roaches. Okay, here's another drink. You guys are fortunate. I like drinking this wine, and it doesn't dehydrate you. I think it's because they don't back sweeten it like a lot of American wines do. It doesn't dehydrate me. It's like refreshing. Oh, it's so good. It's like grape juice, basically. Even if it was just fancy grape juice, I would still be singing its praises. All right. 20. Armadillidium vulgare magic potion. Starting bid of $1. You guys know I don't need to make the silly distinction American or U.S. and Japanese magic potion. You guys all know by now, I would assume. I still have pure Japanese Dalmatians going, actually. Apparently, they're getting kind of hard to find. I do still have them from Brandon Main's. I thought I lost them all. And when I went to decompile the enclosure, I found a bunch of tiny babies that survived, and they're just taking their sweet time growing, but I still have them. So maybe one day I'll do the unholy thing and cross the 2 lines and see what happens. Will Bugapalooza have gastropods? Yes, it will. It may have a good diversity of gastropods, actually. Here's an X for the magic potions. Going once. Going twice. Sold. 2. Dead Bunny with a winning bid of 31. Congrats, Dead Bunny, and a really good deal on these too. Your first auction win, I believe, on some pure magic potions straight from the OG source. Congrats. All right, next up we have, finally we get to these. We have 10. Pacnoda. Wife asked me to partake in bowling tonight. Consider yourselves lucky. Top 10 anime betrayals. That's a great meme. I love that. I'm going to pin that. I'm going to pin that for sure. There we go. All right. 10 Pachnota, 10 larvae. Larvae, Pachnota, marginata, peregrina, Wingardium leviosa. There we go. All right. We've got Pachnota, the alien sun beetles. We may even have 4 species of Pachnota for the Bugapalooza, everybody. We can hope. Third Coast ball pythons, good night. Again, we should have a lot of gastropods at the spring Bugapalooza. Jay Stevenson telling me the local butcher shop is opening a restaurant where they will have farm-to-table beef. Their steaks are the best in the area. People come from over an hour away to buy. If you can send me the information for where that is, again, we're going to be in that area in like 2 weeks-ish. So if they're open by then, that sounds like a lovely thing. Although actually, one of the people who's going with us is a vegetarian, so that's fascinating. I don't know how they'll react to that. All right, here's an X for the Pachnota marginata peregrina. Going once. Something is outside distressing the doggos. Going twice. Sold. To Crime Bear? Has Crime Bear won this? Crime Bear is, I owe Crime Bear stuff in trade, so we're going to give it to For the Roaches. You may have it if you want. I have to. Oh, Alan for some stuff. Alan, no, get out of here. Give it to somebody else. I'll bring you some. Don't worry about it. I'm discheesed with this situation. For the Roaches, if you want it, it's there. I don't know what to do here. And also the wine is starting to hit me, so my brain go very slow right now. You'll have my address because the auction and the butcher shop is at the end of the road. Okay. All right, Alan's getting out of here because he gets stuff from me anyways because I owe him billions of dollars for all the bugs he gives me. So for the Roaches, do you wish to claim? That is the worst I have ever typed any sentence. I want you all to know that. That's worse than I was typing the time where I was doing shots. Let us see. For the Roaches with a winning bid of 42. Okay, whatever, get that mark. All right, now that we're past that little hiccup. For the Roaches, let's see how we're doing. We are just shy of another goal. So this, okay, come on. You gotta move some things around here. All right, another millipede. Whoever wanted millipedes, you're finally getting your wish. 20 Anadinobolus ocraceus, Panama City, Panama. Starting bid of $1. This is a very good beginner millipede. It's a little bit bigger than bumblebees. Stupidly easy. They'll even eat coconut fiber if it's like compressed and moistened enough. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, somebody here got a big group of them at some point and made a post about how they're eating them out of like house and home now, which is pretty funny to think of, especially for something that can eat coconut fiber. Not their favorite thing. They do prefer like, the standard rotting wood and leaf litter, but like I did have pure coconut fiber substrate and they did eventually colonize and eat all of the coconut fiber. Crime Bear's got some good pictures. Very nice, pleasant species. Again, just a bit bigger than bumblebees. Apparently, we almost didn't get them in culture. The person who collected them couldn't breed them, but I think Alan was the one who got them going. So going once, going twice, sold to, looks like Bob Harrison, but we'll see. And I need to pick up the pace, everybody. It's 11. Oh my gosh. Bob Harrison with a winning bid of 43. Just put you down as Bob. I think you're the only Bob. Ever since Uncle Fengus mysteriously disappeared, you're the only Bob in my life right now, Bob Harrison. All right, 60. The Ria Regularis, starting bid of $1, the orange domino roach. I'm starting to regret agreeing to drink a sip of alcohol every time. So my bid over 50. Someone make a meme with Kyle not being able to spell roach. Yeah, it's pretty funny. I'm just realizing I go all these people with roach in their name, and I type it out, and it's just like spaghetti comes out of my fingertips. I don't know. All right, here's an X for the Regularis. We're gonna cruise through this one. Going once on the orange domino roaches. Going twice. Sold to, looks like Evan 4805. Let's see. To Evan 4805. Asking me to type out numbers right now is just a death sentence. 84805. All right, I can English. With a winning bid of 69. Nice. The number of 4805. The number of 69 wins this auction is statistically significant, I feel. I truly believe that. All right, here we go. We've got 30 Venezuela Pisum, Everglades, Florida, starting bid of $1. Another one of our lovely fluorescing, really amazing, cool native isopods, and also really good for bioactives. I've been using them for Eurycotis floridana, Epistoplatia orientalis, and for my my Thamnophis orcalis, I think it's Infernalis, the California red-sided garter. I've been using them for a lot of different things, and they're just very unassuming and very breed at a reasonable rate. Caleb asking for pest species, not today, but Bugapalooza for sure. Fairly certain Napa, Florida legal. Venezuela Pisum is Florida legal. It's endemic to Florida, actually. Oh, somebody's reminding me I need to drink. Thank you for the reminder. I will allow that. I'm going to die. But at least I will have sold many bugs. Here's an X. They're a lot more blue in person, too, is something I've noticed pictures don't seem to catch. It's very blue. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To, looks like Lucky Charms. Let's see. Lucky Charms, the winning bid of 35. What a steal, people commenting. Yes, it is quite, and I don't have to drink, thankfully. Thank God. It's a couple extra curves in the M in the Lucky Charms I just wrote out. All right. Here we have 20 Cubaris species. That's funny. I love that picture. Cubaris species, Hakchong, albino, came to me unproven out. Throws some wild types, but all shit will be young. And albino. Okay, sorry, bit of $1. Anyway, so yeah, these came to me. The person sent them to me. They weren't perfectly isolated or something like that, and so they still throw wild types. But I've been working at refining that, and I really need to do another strong call just to be albinos. But all the ones that you will receive will be albino. They're leucistic or something like that, I believe. Or do they have? Are they whiteouts? Do they have white eyes? I think they're actually whiteouts genetically, but they're called albinos. I like them. I asked those for the dominoes. Oh, sorry, Dragon Grimoire. No, the dominoes are not Florida legal. That is not accurate. They should be. It's a white out. It's just a solid white isopod. It's just white. It looks like Murina Glacier or Panda King, White Panda or whatever. It's just solid white. It's just a solid white Panda King. Sorry, Pak Chong. Oh, isopods on the brain. It hurts. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold to another close one, surprisingly, although they are Pak Chongs. So for the Roaches with a winning bid of 39. For the Roaches is an emerging power in this Florida auction. Winning bid of 39 for the Roaches. Okay. Next up we have, this is our last group of these for this auction. 50 Theria Pettiveriana, starting bid of $1. This is our last group of these going up for this auction. White eyes. Yes, those Pak Chong albino are what we've called for a long time genetically a white out, where they have no eye pigment, no body pigment, etc. And then there's leucistics, which have black eyes and white bodies. But the name of the strain, as I received them, was albino, so I will continue to call them that. All right, here's an X for the Pettiveriana. We are going to start blasting through these, hopefully. So wishful thinking. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Evan 4805. Winning bid of 56. Beating Beetle Pixel. A feat. Quite a feat. And another feat is me having to write this out. I think somebody just lit off a firework. I heard a boom. It didn't sound like a gunshot type of boom. Now this says Verneri, but which Verneri is it? Okay, now this is really cool. Here we go. We have 20 Armadillidium Verneri, starting bid of $1. Not orange, wild type, which you do not see available very often. Just wild type. Again, not the orange, which you see dominates the trade. Just the wild type, which is very similar to Klugii, but seems lighter and without any yellow. Photo gallery. That might be Klugii, actually, but honestly, I think they might be the same species. I think that needs to be looked into. But they do get larger than Klugii is the other thing. Like these Verneri, the largest ones I produced, are larger than any of the Klugii that I've worked with. I will like that picture. There we go. All right, here's an X for the Verneri. Only the true patricians will be bidding here. You are truly men of culture if you bid on these. Going once, men and women and everything else in between of culture. Going once. Going twice. Sold. Victor capped that off. To looks like Calc BC. A patrician. A true connoisseur. Calc BC with a winning bid of 28. Calc BC. Let's check the grand list here. The list says that we have met our other goal. We have met our other Florida trip goal for paying for Will's Florida trip. We did it, and the other person who's going with us is going to be paying his way, so it's not a factor. But so there we go. Congrats everybody. You've successfully financed two people's ridiculous collecting trip to Florida, including our rental vehicle costs. So thank you so much. Now we're going for gold. we're going to try and pay my mortgage while I'm gone because I can't do sales while I'm in Florida. I mean, I can do sales, but I can't like do emails and stuff like that. So now we are going for the mortgage payment. And then on top of that, it'll be, well, then I'm going to get good snacks from Costco so that I can lose some weight and take back my mental sanity and some other things on the way down there by doing a body detox of not putting trash in and hopefully not getting trash out. And then beyond that, we'll have some extra monies for Angela. I'll give her some money so she can do some nice stuff while I'm gone because she's going to be taking care of stuff. So she needs some nice things. So we'll get some monies for Angela. So, okay, let's see. Somebody posted a Kyle ATM meme. Let's do a group of 30 Aileropida insignis, starting bid of $1. The pancake hissers or flathorn hissers, I prefer to call them pancake hissers. We'll do a giveaway, and once we finish what's here, we'll do a giveaway. Or maybe we'll give away one of these things. I don't know. We're just having some fun. Look for Rhyscotus texensis. I have found them before, and I know where to find them, and we're going where they are. So hopefully, I will find them. So I do want that species really bad. Here's an X for the Aileropida, and there's a $50 bid. So I'm going to take a drink while the X is up. All right. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Evan 4805, 53 being out circa and Chris Sniper. Ridiculous. Evan is another emerging power, 48065. I am sorry if I butcher these numbers here. What's your Evan? All right, here's a good one. This should get us a nice lively bid war. 15 Centrobolus splendidus, starting bid of $1, and they're all over an inch long. They are very well established. Let's see, can you guys see that? There's one of them there. All over an inch long, everybody. Time to drink. I've been told they like pine trees. Yes, Duke and Enzo, the Rhyscotus. Yeah, we did find them on a pine tree, and it was a pain to collect even a couple of them. But yeah, like arboreal U.S. native isopod is bizarre, and I'll breed them. I'll breed them this next time I collect them. I got it figured out. They need the same habitat as Elastablatta. So, and they essentially giving some information on their biology here, but they don't need to feed on sap in captivity. They'll eat standard isopod stuff, but that seems to be their main gig in the wild. And Caleb, yes, some springtails can be added to orders. All right, here's an X for the Splendidus. Going once, and I need to drink. Going twice, for more reasons than one. Sold to looks like Kimmix. Let's see if you've made your first auction win here. Kimmix with a winning bid of 100 for the Splendidus. No, not the Aileropida. Kim, looks like you got the new millipedes you wanted, so that's good. And I'm glad I could get them to you. Delete that cell. Paste without formatting. Blah, blah, blah. I said paste without formatting. Okay, we have to manually input this because it's not. Can we just do the Calibri font? Thank you very much. This is ridiculous. This is meticulous and ridiculous. All right, there we go. Kim, congrats on your first auction win. That's something you really wanted as well. Okay, next up we have, what does this say? All right, we're getting a little holy. Thank you for that. I'm throwing up right now, says Ashton. Delightful. 40 Cubaris species. Oh, I need to drink. Species Happy None, starting bid $1. Here's the obligatory drink. Stella's Springtails, just Just no F's given, just smashing in here. OG Picopods are lost of time unless they're somewhere in Anthony Molnar's enclosures or he sent them to somebody else or somebody got plants from him. And like, they got to be out there somewhere. It's just where is the question. Who knows where they may be. I think this Happy Nun, I think they're actually like a pack, whatever the same species as Pak Chong is, but I don't know, man. Nobody knows anything about isopods. Here's an X for the Happy Nuns. Going once. I have to drink again. Going twice. Sold to Touchable Hat 45. Touchable Hat 45 with a winning bid of 51. Touchable. We're just going to put you down as touchable. Sorry, that's what's going on the cup. It just says touchable. Winning bid of 51. Congrats. All right, here we go. All right, some more roaches. We have 30 Groundfodorina. That is all caps. We don't want that. Groundfodorina, Portentosa, Masola, the locality hissers. Starting bid of $1. Kim's going to spend some money at Tinley. I gotta go back to Tinley eventually, if only just to T-pose on people. Great username from Satchel. I'm not sure what that's a reference to. I've said that in the past and people shut me down. They have similar morphology for sure. Oh, about the Happy Nuns being the same as Pak Chong's, yeah. And they could differ like in some minor feature though, but I feel like the people who are willing to shut you down probably are not looking at morphological features. So I can't remember if I packed up Elamoides. I really can't remember. They will be present at Bugapalooza 100% for sure, but I can't remember if I packed them up today. I packed up a lot of isopods, if you guys haven't noticed. Undersold, you didn't put the name on the Discord for your notes. Thank you, John Doe. I'm going to go back and edit that for my notes. I did put it into my Excel sheet, but I'll put it here. Touch full edit for name. There we go. All right, here's an X for the locality hissers. Going once, going twice. Sold to Obey the Snarf, getting all of the Mad Hisser wins today, $27 for Masolas. Just insanity. These are some of the best deals today, I think, is your Hisser wins. Okay, Blood in the Water maybe for these guys. We've got 20 Cubaris, not caps, Cubaris species. Rubber Boy, starting bid of $1. Rubber Bees, I really like these. They're kind of like, I think, more dry tolerant duckies, basically. I don't think you wrote that touchable one. Oh, yeah, we put it. I don't worry, I went back and edited that touchable one. My wife won a bid. Can I pay for them at the same time as my wins? Oh, yeah, you can combo that. Just let me know the usernames. Steverson, just let me know. All right, here's an X for the Rubber Bees, and here's a sip. I'm all out. I'm all out of wine, everybody. To go get more. All right, going once on the Rubber Bees. Going twice. Sold to for the Roaches. I believe we'll Control R. Lucky Charms, and there's a comma there, but there is a period, and so that does close it off. For the Roaches, that is bad. There we go. Winning bid of 69, the pleasant number for the Roaches. I assume this means I need to go get one of my other wine bottles. So that's what I'm going to go do. but I'm not really sure with that for Terhatchis. We'll put something up while I'm gone, though. Let's put these up. This is a smaller group. Again, I try to get big groups of most stuff, but 6 Anadinobolus. This is a bad thing for me to try to spell. Anadinobolus arboreus red. Starting bid of $1. I'll leave that up while I go and get the other thing of my delicious, tasty wine. And I will admire how we are just, this auction is just smashing. It's just destroying everything. Like, we are golden. I'm going to go to Florida and everybody's going to be happy. And this is great. And I love it. Touchable hat. Okay, I will be back in a second. All right, I'm unsure if I owed a swig, but I'm going to take one anyway. Small swig. There will be more. All right, let's see how these Arboreus are looking. And it's already doing really well. Here's an X for the Arboreus, everybody. Tyler's asking about locality. They don't have a locality. They've just been labeled as red. Allen would be the one with more information than that, but I think that's all that they had when they started being traded, which is very unfortunate. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Lucky Charms. For the Roaches says East Coast of Puerto Rico. I would be interested in like how you know that. Where did that information come from? Lucky Charms. Not for the Roaches. Lucky Charms, the winning bid of 51. Congrats, Lucky Charms. But for the Roaches, yes, I would like to know if you know that how you know this exact stock comes from there. And if anybody has more information, let me know. That's what a local told me. All right. Well, we don't exactly know. Actually, we don't even know if there's a subspecies assigned to these two. But anyways, a discussion for another time. As long as we know that the stock is different from the other ones that are currently being traded. We have 20 Porcelio species Valencia, starting bid of $1. Just the regular Valencias. I have a suspicion these might be in Canis unless that's already been disproven. They seem very similar to Incanis, but I don't know. They said that's the only place the reds are. I'm going to do a quick look for Anadinobolus and Eastern Puerto Rico. We're going to do a quick look. Where is the island? That is Puerto Rico. I feel horrible for not finding Puerto Rico. I know the general area, but I'm getting so confused. Is it the end of this archipelago? I'm gonna cheat. We're gonna look at Puerto Rico. Oh, there it is. Okay. We'll do. I'm just going on INAT and I'm just having a little bit of fun. We're gonna see what's over here. Check the grid for. There are a couple that look very similar to them over there, but they aren't listed as subspecies. So the closest match from what I can see is from, where is this from? It's from, was it Quebrada Linguetti, which is in the eastern part of Puerto Rico, but the antennae are orange instead of yellow. So But it still leaves us without an exact locality for the stock, unfortunately, and no subspecies identification, although those may not be valid. Here's an X for the species Valencia, going once, going twice, sold to Circa with a winning bid of $20. All right. Bulk out your collection of isopods that were popular back in 2018 and have fallen off, but some of us still love them. 20 adult as bolus verrucosus. Sorry, they $1 wild caught. These are wild caught blue death feigning beetles. That's what they are. If you want some as bolus, here's a chance to get a nice group of them. No need to fight too much, everybody. No need to fight. Where's the drink for the last bit? All right, I've been called out. I forgot. Having so much fun. Looking up localities on INAT. I received some Anadonopolis from a seller who sent Gunlockeye mixed with the white ones, and they haven't gotten back to me because they were supposed to send me replacements of the Gunlockeye that were mixed up, and they never got back to me. And I texted them multiple times, and they don't seem to be responding to me. So if any of you see a seller on Morph Market with a couple different localities of Arboreus, that person has been avoiding me for maybe 6 months. So just maybe keep an eye out. John Doe, I would love to get some of those from you, and I'd love to talk to you about husbandry for them too. So let me know. We'll obviously be in touch. We got a lot going on over these Asbolus. Here's an X for the blue death feigning beetles, going once, going twice, sold to Dragon Grimoire with a winning bid of 45. Not quite 50. Dragon Grimoire. Dragon. And boy, guys, we still have a lot of stuff to go through. This is fun. Ooh, now this will cause some uproar. We have 10 larvae of Cedoniscama, speciosa, cyanochlora. Starting bid of $1. There's one set of these today, guys. This is it. If you want these, here is your chance. These have often been quite popular at the auctions. But yeah, I would love to I need to get all the other Arboreus from a more reliable source. And the person sent me stuff. They sent me stuff the first time, and everything arrived in good shape. It just didn't do well for me. Might have been my fault. Could have been from where the stock came from. But when the more expensive of the two subspecies was half the less expensive one, and I went to be like, hey, could you send me the Gunlockeye that I paid for? And they, oh yeah, I'll send it. Oh yeah, they're growing, oh blah blah. And then months later, now they're not responding at all. It's not a good look. Here's an X for the Cyanochlora. Going once, going twice, sold to, could be Chris Sniper, could be Lucky Charms, whoever it is, they're getting a hell of a deal on these. Sold to Chris Sniper for a real steal, another huge thing of value and another swig for Kyle. And that's why you come to these auctions, because sometimes something like this happens and you get something for ridiculously low price. And this is just one of those occurrences. Oh, wait, Ice Beam? Ice Beam. Edit. Ice Beam 1. Sorry, I am wine. Ice Beam with a winning bid of 61. Still a steal. I'm going to list you as Hyper Beam because you won the other stuff, and I have to keep the records consistent. Well, I'm blind, apparently. It has to happen once per auction, doesn't it? And the more intoxicants involved, the more likely it is to happen. We have another tasty thing coming up, definitely icebreaker. We have 20 Orthomorpha subcarshi, which last year I was hyping up, and I actually lost a lot of the babies, or they just disappeared before I actually shipped them out for the Bugapalooza auction. And now this year I'm just covered in these, so they will be much more readily available. We have 20 Orthomorpha subcarshi, starting bid of $1, the easiest flat millipede to breed. Sorry, sweaty fingers, says John Doe. Yeah, I'm glad we got all these. We just got such a reach here with people with all kinds of different stuff available, and I love that. I love being able to round out my collection from other valid, credentialed people who will not ghost me, basically. Here's an X with the subcarshi going once. I love these. They're like my favorite flat millipede now. Going twice. Sold to Lucky Charms with a winning bid of 79. And I have to drink again. Yet again. Lucky Charms. Lucky Charms, really... You're getting a good bug collection going here, my friend. All right, here's something for we'll go a little softer with 30 Armadillidium Gestroi. Wasn't even drunk when I wrote that. 30 Armadillidium Gestroi. I don't know why I wrote Granulatum on there. So one of my favorite isopods. Hardy. Large size, colorful, just a delightful little thing to have around. Definitely worth the initial hype that the species had. I appreciate all the different morphs and whatnot coming out. Alan says it's just a giant green house millipede. Alan, you think some Orthomorpha subcarshi is green? They're like yellow and black. Like they're really cool. I think you need to get your vision examined. Lizard B says, I'd be bidding harder if I had not spent so much prepping for the first expo I'm vending at RIP. I don't know what RIP is. I mean, it is genus Orthomorpha. It is a giant Orthomorpha, but that doesn't make it any less cool. The thing is ridiculously awesome and easy. Come on, they're even easier than Oxydus gracilis to raise, like in my experience, which is really funny. All right, going once, going twice, sold to some people getting worked up here. Looks like Calc BC, but we'll see when the dust settles. Calc BC with a winning bid of 26. BC on the Gestroi. Good price for the Gestroi. Not too low, not too high. I like that. Goldilocks. All right, we have 30 Blatty species. Mount Kilimanjaro, Tanzania. Starting bid of $1. African bullet roach for the common name. Also, I was using Neostylopyga propinqua or CF Neostylopyga propinqua, but this is more descriptive. Kyle, do you have any Marulinella species? I have something that Tennyson sent me that might not actually be a Marulinella, and I have 2 yellow spots but I guess the yellow spots are now a Cubaris, and I also don't know where they went to. I think Austin from Stella Springtails gave me 2 of them. I tossed them in a communal with something else because it was a Hail Mary, and I don't remember seeing them when I went through all the isopods. But it was also 300 plus isopod cultures like 2 days ago, so I don't know. So I guess the practical answer is no. I do not have a Marulinella. Here's an X for the African bullet roaches. They are quite prolific. Under the right circumstances, they like wood. They like moisture wood with some ventilation. Going once, going twice. They're also pretty easy to handle too, despite their size. Sold. And they smell like bruised tomato plants. Let's see. Circa looks like you with a winning bid of 23. Let's see. Circa with a winning bid of 23. That's a neat little win there, I would say. Some African bullet roaches, pleasant little things. They smell like bruised tomato plants, and I think that's kind of nifty. All right, next up we have 30 Aranivega, Tonkawa, near San Antonio, Texas, starting bid of $1. This is probably the best starter Aranivega. These have been in culture for, almost 2 decades now, I think. Just a good species, very easy. If you're dipping your toe in Aranivega and you aren't quite ready to go all in as I have, this is a good species, I would say. Zen Monkey asking if the roaches taste like tomatoes. I cannot confirm. Cannot confirm or deny. Thank you, Photo Gallery. Here's an X. Somebody might get a really good deal on these. It looks like going once, going twice. Just toss them in with a larger roach, a hisser, something like that. Sold to Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 22. Chris, I don't think you'll be disappointed with these. I think you'll like them. Dump them in with something else. Or maybe release them into your basement and see if they become part of the ecosystem there. Could happen. Could happen. All right, we have 20 Anadinobolus. Anadinobolus. Monilicornis. Starting bid of $1. Captive bred. You should go without saying, but I will just mention it here. These are bumblebee millipedes, and I am going to get locality stock. Actually, I have locality stock from Puerto Rico, and that's their native range, I believe. So I have that, but I'm going to get some from Florida too. I'm going to get a locality stock from there. My friend has one albino of these in his colony. John, are you talking about the Monilicornis, about the bumblebees? If so, that's really cool, and I hope they get it isolated because that would be sweet to have. Here's an X for the bumblebee millipedes. Going once, going twice. Sold to Kelpie's mom. $35 winning bid. Kelpie's mom. Okay. All right, we have a roach coming up next. 30 Blaberus cranifer. University of California. Riverside, starting bid of $1. Photo Gallery, you did send me some locality Anadinobolus, but the thing is, I am unsure. I want to investigate into whether or not the larger Anadinobolus from Key Largo is actually Monilicornis or if it's actually something else that's snuck in there. So I'm not sure. Billy says, you do have Merlinella Ember Bee. Yes, I do have the Ember Bees technically, but I haven't had them long enough to get them going. I saw tons of bumblebees in the Keys, but didn't collect any. Yeah, I'm suspicious that there could be 2 species of Anadinobolus, a larger one and the smaller one being Monilicornis in the Keys. And makes me kind of want to go to the Keys this Florida trip just to like see for myself. again, because the ones I collected from Key Largo in very specific habitats were much larger than the ones you normally see. It could be the habitat, they're better nutrition or whatever, they're growing larger, but I'm just not sure. So maybe we may end up on this trip going down to the Keys very temporarily. It's a very open-ended trip, actually. We have a vague route, and it gets even more open-ended towards the end. But anyways, that's why I am suspicious. Here's an X for the UCR craniifer, going once, going twice, sold. 2 lucky charms with a winning bid of 44. As I butcher yet another name. And how are we doing on goals? Oh, geez. We passed another goal, everybody, and I didn't even notice. We passed the goal of me paying my mortgage. Oh, thank you guys so much. We got to do a giveaway for that. Or are we going to give away? We'll give away this bin, because this container, because it's just sitting here. It is just a giveaway. We're going to do a giveaway for Porcelio Scaber Dalmatian. Pure OG stock, straight out of scenic Bryceville, Tennessee. Now, what am I going to ask? What should I ask for? For this pure Scaber Dalmatian stock, what am I going to ask for? Anybody know? Anybody got some suggestions? I'm unsure. I'm uncertain what to ask for. The collector's name. Ooh, that's a good one. But Zen Monkey, I can't let you participate because So Zen Monkey, unfortunately, I think you may be barred from this because who collected the original Dalmatian Scaber. That's okay, Zen Monkey. Some of them may find their way to you anyways. So who collected the original Dalmatian Scaber? Nobody's right. Satchwell. Nope. Alan. Nope. Not me. Not Alan. Not Satchel. I'll accept a username. I'll accept the username and online handle. Nope. Nobody's got it. Nope. Completely wrong. Nope. All wrong. Nobody's gotten it yet. Nope. Wrong. Nope. This goes back to there it is. All right, we'll give it to Satchel. Dead in the basement. Our lovely friend Samson was the person who first collected. I'll give it to Satchel because we'll give it to Satchel. It was Mr. Sampson, dead in the basement, collected them. I think it was back in 2010 or 2011. He for a while thought that they were just molting, and he sent them to me, and then I was like, these aren't molting. This is a mutant. And actually, in Bryceville, where he lives, these Dalmatians are a significant part of the wild population. I think it's as high as like 10 or 20%. And that's just how it is there. It's pretty crazy. So congratulations, Satchel. You got a group of pure Dalmatians. Let's see. All right, moving on. Now for something a little different. We have 20 Porcelio Magnificus, starting bid of $1. This is the standard orange-looking Magnificus. We did the Almeria Mountains probable Magnificus earlier. Now we're on to the orange ones. These guys, like a little bit on the drier side. Kyle, your hair is giving WC is giving what? Is giving wild caught? Is giving what? Alan says, yeah, only me and Satchel have got that right. Well, now you all know it was actually Samson, dead in the basement, who collected the first pure Dalmatian, the Porcelio Scaber Dalmatian, not from another continent or anything like that. The original stock, pure stock, came right out of Bryceville, Tennessee. So I'm giving wild caught vibes. Yeah, I do that sometimes. All right, here's an X for Magnificus. Some beautiful pictures of people showing off their wonderful Magnificus. Going once, I'm seeing I need to drink. Going twice, sold. 2 pseudo scorpions are best. I'm going to put you down as pseudos. Pseudos coming out with a winning bid of 88. Pseudo scorpions are best. Really wanted to win these, apparently. Not a pseudo scorpion. Hey, pseudos are best. Pretty soon you're going to be eating real good because Will's catching all kinds of pseudo scorpions in Florida, and they're going up in the pseudo scorpion zone channel for sale while we're in Florida to get people hyped, to tell people we've collected, etc. So you're going to be eating good pretty soon. All right, we have a container with a question mark on it. We have question mark, glob of webbing, Oligotoma nigra, Bilis, Arizona, starting bid of $1. I have no idea how many are in here. It could be a couple. It could be just pouring out of the holes in the webbing. All I can tell you is there are some in here, but it's impossible to tell exactly how many are in the little web tubes they make just because of the nature of it, but it could be quite a few. So let's see, we've got some interest already, and we met the trip funding goal for me and for Will. We met the mortgage goal. Now we're on to the Kyle Tasty Snacks at Costco goal. We're on to that, and we're definitely going to pass that, and then we're going to be on to the giving my beloved wife some monies to have some fun and get away from the craziness for a bit while I'm gone. Monies, and I think we're going to hit that too. So things are looking up, everybody. Here's an X for the oligotoma going once, the web spinners going twice. Sold. 2. I didn't take a sip before. This is a sip for before. Chris Sniper is the winner, but I'm taking a sip for the last win. Oh, baby. Chris Sniper. Everybody knows Chris. We got one Chris for now. With a winning bid of 33. Chris Sniper. I am so excited to just slap these all in boxes on Monday and send them out. This is so good. The Bugapalooza could be so easy, everybody. Ooh, this is a first-time offering because this is the first time I've had them available. We have a group of 10 Litostrophus segregatus, starting bid of $1. This is the false rainbow millipede, false tie rainbow millipede. Don't let that fool you. They are beautiful in their own right. The grayish segments have a nice baby blue tint to them. I really like these guys quite a bit. I'm kind of frustrated with myself that it took me so long to get them going, but I think the stock I received back in like 2019 was not the best stock from not the best person. So this is stock straight from Oren and or maybe it's from Alan. What does my Word document say? I'm pretty sure it's from Oren. Yeah, it's from Oren. So better stock, much better stock. Somebody's got a picture. Alan might have them. Litostrophus segregatus. What were these called before? They were called something else that they're better known by. Waiting for Alan to bust in and provide information. I don't think that's quite it. Alan would be, if Alan's here, he'll have. Yes, there we go. Touchable hat. That's a good picture. Photo gallery. That does not seem to be what I have. What Touchable Hat has posted is what I have. Again, here we go. I don't think the other photo gallery picture is correct. There we go. Yes, that looks to be right. Again, this is not the rainbow millipede. And I think according to Alan, there's a lot all these labels on the Southeast Asian Spirobolidae millipedes are kind of tenuous. But again, what was this called before? I can't even remember what the other name was. It a Spirostreptus something before? Don't know. Again, if Alan can chime in at some point, that would be good. There's the X though. Going once, going twice. Sold to, looks like circa, let's see, Alan making, I don't have pics nor keep the species. Oh, it used to be called Spirobolus caudulans. Yes, that's what they used to be called. All right. Circa with a winning bid of $66. And I have to drink again. So yes, they used to be called Spirobolus caudulans, and that apparently is not correct. All right, next up we have, what is this? 50 Argala species Borneo, starting bid of $1. The big black beetle mimic roach used to be called pilosa, but is not actually pilosa. TJ wrote a very good blog about that. I think he currently has them labeled as CF sylphioides, I think. I'm not ready to put that label on them. So just species Borneo as they were traded as before the pilosa ID. Ellen says Aputhe species Thailand was another name it went by for the Litostrophus segregatus, and who knows if it will change again, but the L. segregatus is currently the most up to date. And these are very prolific. It's actually a bat cave species. We haven't seen Argala cappuccina in a while, but those will be returning for the Bugapalooza. My colony is finally recovering back to its former glory. So we'll have pure Argala cappuccina as well. Going once on the species Borneo. Going twice. Sold to Lucky Charms with a winning bid of 64. Lucky Charms is just instantly going to have the coolest bug collection on the block very soon. Crazy. Very crazy. You're all crazy, though. We're all crazy. All right. We have 20 Isopoda. This is so sad. Isopoda species Purple Ghost, starting bid of $1. This is one of those members of the supposedly Nasodillo archangelii that isn't actually Nasodillo archangelii and what have you. And Photo Gallery, feel free to correct me if things have been updated by now. But this is, apparently we're back to square one. All we know is it's an isopod. All we know is it's an isopod. It's called Purple Ghost. And these throw Dalmatians. So I think this is the stock that Shiro Utsuri came from before they were called species Shiro Utsuri. Just more of the BS of the isopod world. Here's an X for these guys. Going once. Going twice. Sold to, looks like Tori's tarantulas, but let's see. Tories with a winning bid of 22. Just a little pleasant thing to win. Nothing huge. Nobody's gonna gloat. Nobody's whatever. But a very nice thing to have won at a very fair price. All right, now we have a 1 cup micro fauna mix. Predatory mites or batted mites. Springtails. Grindle worms, beetles, etc. This is just a little, just something you need to throw in with some isopods and with just something. This is just some old beetle substrate that's just loaded with a bunch of like living stuff, all beneficial things. Like I usually grab a little bit of this to throw into an isopod culture when I start it. It's just a mix of some stuff, you know. You just toss it in somewhere and it'll. Duke and Enzo, the Sumerian demon said these may be wild type Archangelii. Okay, for the purple ghosts. I will wait for further confirmation upon that. Here's an X for the just microfauna mix, going once, going twice, sold to lizard beings. Winning bid of $20. I did not know you guys would go so crazy for something like this. I would consider that for me kind of crazy. But if you need it, here it is. Again, it's just a good mix. You just toss it in with something. Just use it for that. Split it up and spread it around. So I'm glad you'll find it very useful. All right, here we go. That number doesn't seem right. So I have 50 written on this. I don't think I put 50 in here, unless I'm very wrong. I'm going to put a range. I'm going to put 30 to 50 Porcelio Scaber Orange Calicos. Starting bid of $1. Silver Ghost, Photo Gallery says silver ghosts have been but true silver ghosts originating from southern Thailand, so aren't Nizadillo. It's a crappy situation with them. I swear I had silver ghosts that produced a Shiro Utsuri or a Dalmatian at some point, but really it is just that is an exclamation point for a starting bid. So we'll fix that. Fixed starting bid. All right, that is such a bad picture. Sorry, Photo Gallery. For Orange Calicos, there is a ton of diversity here. And if you've seen the lemonade scabers, this is basically lemonade but better without any selection. Like this is just like from Orange, barely trying to isolate calicos a while back, and it's pure Spanish stock. That's another thing I should mention. These Orange Calicos are pure Spanish stock. And maybe where the original Spanish orange came from, but I think Orange split them off earlier than that. I have to talk to him. He doesn't usually give answers over email to stuff like that. I have to ask him in person, which I do once a year. Here's an X Photo Gallery. That looks like lemonade, but it could be Orange Calicos. It's very similar. All right, going once on the Orange Calicos. Going twice. Sold to Bob Harrison with a winning bid of 25. We got some conversation about the mites as well, which I will look at in a second. All right. Well, I'll hit the mite conversation in a second. We have 20 Cubaris species. Panda King, red panda, starting bid of $1. This is the orange mutation in Cubaris species Panda King, and it's called something completely different. I complain enough. I'll stop complaining. Lizard Bean says, my coworker had snake bites, and we have a shop that sells tons of predator mites, and they couldn't get in the species needed. People talking about how good predatory mites are. If you have grain mites, predatory mites are your best friend. They will clear out a grain mite infection in like 10 days. They are really, really good. If anybody here, if you need predatory mites, message me. And if usually I take a mental note when I'm doing husbandry, oh, there's predatory mites in here. Oh, there's this in here. When I'm working, when there's a heavy bloom, I usually keep it, like my brain really keeps track of it. So if I have a heavy bloom and you need predatory mites, send me an email, and if I know where there's a good bloom of them, I'll box them up and send them to you. So, and yes, predatory mites destroy grain mites. They are the best thing, 100% for dealing with grain mites. Here's an X for the red pandas, going once, going twice, sold to, could be Comrade, could be Chris Snyder. I haven't had a drink in a while, guys. You guys are slacking here. Sold to Comrade with a winning bid of 45. To Comrade. Comrade, that's your first win tonight, too. Congrats. Congrats on that. And we are getting down to our last things before our last stuff. We have 10 Spirostreptus species 1, starting bid of $1. Again, my top recommended pet millipede. These are small babies, captive produced by yours truly. Just a lovely species for us to have. If they take out fungus nets, they would be great for our bioactives. They might. I think they're advertised as doing that, but I'm not 100% sure because usually I use rogue beetles for that. If anyone needs grain mites to feed their predator mites, I can sell you some, but they won't come cheap, says Satchel. Oh, get the freaking grain mites to feed the predatory mites to use to eat the grain mites elsewhere. Any rubber duckies today? No, my rubber duckies are not doing the best, other than Crispy Duck. I actually need to redo their enclosure. They're not doing so well, and I gotta just completely restart them. I think. All right, here's the X for the Spirostreptus species 1. Going once, going twice. Sold. To Behigager with a winning bid of $63. Behigager coming out of the woodwork here. And I need to take another swig. Oh, yeah. That's tasty. We are very close to getting Angela some lovely things, and I'm sure we will go far over that. All right, we have 25. What is the genus? Cynodillo species, Vietnam, starting bid $1. I got some whiteouts in these, and I will work on isolating them. I think a couple of other people have gotten whiteouts in these as well. It's not anything particularly special. Lizard Bean says, I like that the fungus gnats congregate into my thumbnail dart frog cage. They get decimated that way. Yeah, that's a good use for them, honestly. I really like these species, Vietnams. Like, they're very active, they're lively, they're more bluish, at least in my colony, than grayish. I like them a lot. Maybe a good candidate for a higher humidity bioactive. Looking forward to getting the whiteouts isolated. Here's an X for them, though. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To... Looks like Tori's tarantulas, but let's see. See, Annabelle bid as well. Annabelle, you're very fastidious with your bidding sometimes. Sold to Tori's tarantulas with a running bid of $29. A good deal on these. The price has really come down in recent years. Unfortunately, but it will go up again when everybody doesn't have them, as tends to happen. I didn't bring any for this auction, but we have armadillo species Israel going up in the Bugapalooza for sure. All right, a Eurycotus. We have 30 Eurycotus Floridana, my beloved Silver Springs, Florida, starting bid of $1, and we are past midnight. And I'm just going to keep going, guys. I'm just going to keep going because I need to. I need to feel comfortable when I leave for Florida. I need to make sure everything is in its place. Duke and Enzo needs the Guy Need Armadillo Israel. Yep, they will be up for grabs at the Bugapalooza. Mine are doing well. I think somebody said I might have some of the last ones in culture in the U.S. at least. So, all right. Mad Dog says I have them and love them at the Floridana. Yes, Floridana's a very special species to me. I have a special fixation with them. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Dragon Grimoire. Hey, Dragon Grimoire. These are Florida legal. I can tell you that with absolute certainty. They're 100 billion% Florida legal, winning bid of $31. There you go. You wanted a Florida legal species. It's got Florida in the name. All right. Next, we have 20 Oh, Glock Roach? I don't see Glock Roach. I don't even wait, guys. I don't even. Oh, Glock Roach has put a bid of 35 and just upset Glock Roaches. Stealth win of 35. I didn't even see it. I am so sorry. Glock Roaches slid in there. Where did I put them? Dragon. I'm sorry. I'm revoking these. This is for Glock Roaches. I even see it. You don't expect somebody to hit so hard right out of the gate with a Floridana locality. Call my Chris Sniper Jr. Chris Sniper Jr. Just that was even a snipe. That was just you bid it way ahead of everybody. That's like what Lizard Beans does. It's like everybody's like $5, $10, and Lizard Beans puts on like 5,000. Then everybody's like, okay, I'm done. I'm out of patience. Chris Spotter. All right, 20 Porcelio Flavo Marginatus. Starting bid $1. He's holding it sideways. Jeez. Jay Steer says, I've seen these in our backyard. And he just got some not available yet. What time the auction over, Kyle? Geez, Kevin Santiago, I have no idea. We have, I think, 30 more things after this, 20 to 30 more. We've done 93. Guys, I thought I had under 100 items for this. It's over 100, it looks like. All right, here's an X for the Flavo Marginatus. Somebody can get them for a really good price. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Beetle Pixels even in there. Let's see. This is going to be a big upset because I really smashed the button there. Sold to For the Roaches with a winning bid of 45. Way ahead of everybody. For the Roaches. Sheesh. For the Roaches is really for the isopods right now, and quite a few solid wins here and there. Sheesh. All right, we got 8 Macrolenostreptus brachyceras. Starting bid $1. This is the same stuff we had up for grabs earlier, the Tanzanian earthworm millipedes. Very cool, very nifty, might be parthenogenetic. Oh my lord, so many. Yeah, I love Floridana. I want to hopefully, like, one day I wish I could find them in Key West, or I wish I could go to some like remote islands in Florida and go looking for them. Like there's that like island that's, you know, there's just, I want to go to like the most remotest keys and see if they're there. Alan says, damn, I didn't know you had a bunch of these. Yeah, Alan, if you want some Macrolenostreptus, let me know. I have tons of them right now. They're doing super well for me, fortunately. Here's an X for the Tanzanian earthworm millipedes, going once, going twice, sold to, that looks pretty definitive for Dragon Grimoire, but we're going to see. We're going to see. Dragon Grimroriarces. Dragon with a winning bid of 45. I spelled it right in the Excel document. That's all that matters. Don't judge me. I'm very tired. Okay, here we go. Some roaches, maybe for the roaches, maybe for Glock roaches. Who knows? 30 Elliptorhina javanica, starting bid of $1. Halloween hissers, a good group. For the first time in years, I moved my colony to a new enclosure. It's been a long time. The substrate just keeps piling up in there. Alan said, yes, I do. I bought 2 ages ago, and while they are supposedly parthenogenetic, I somehow ended up with 2 males. Well, that kind of rules out parthenogenesis, doesn't it? But yeah, Alan, remind me. I'll bring you some when I come next week, or when I ship, or whatever the heck I'm going to end up doing. I'll get you some Macrolenostreptus because they're doing very well, and I like them a lot. Here's an X for the Javanica, going once, going twice, sold to Beetle Pixel, Comrade, or Thylacine. We're going to see. Looks like Beetle Pixel. Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of 43. Beetle Pixel getting some more fun stuff this go around. Boy, I wish I had a Leptorhina cocaroliana. Boy, I wish I had a Leptorhina cocaroliana. I said to myself multiple times angrily. All right, 30 Cubaris species white shark, starting bid of $1. Honestly, the best of the tiny Southeast Asian isopods, really. I love these. They have a good mix of colors. They seem useful. They kind of ventilate the substrate. Maybe even have bioactive potential if you get them when their prices come down and not when they were 5 for $3 billion frickin' dollars like a couple years ago. I like them. Good little guys. All right, going once on the white sharks. Going twice. Sold to. That's a Zephyrus win. Winning bid of 50. Definitive Zephyrus win. Zephyrus. That's hard to say, actually. Zephyrus's first win tonight, and maybe I think your first time at a Bugapalooza. So if so, congratulations on your win. Your win, Zephyrus. We have 2 things left. Any more colorful roaches or millipedes for the night? Yes, we have more stuff coming up. I can't believe I'm past 100 things, or we're going to be past 100 things pretty soon. We have 2 things left. And speaking of colorful roaches or millipedes, I think this is the last set of these. I'm pretty sure it is the last set. 20 Orthomorphos subcarshi, starting bid of $1. There you go. Ask and you shall receive. I should not have answered that because it was in the Discord, but oh well. It's there. It's done. Remember to like the stream, everybody. A gentle reminder to everybody who's watching. We have a lot of people still watching. We got a lot of likes. We can use more likes, but this has been a huge success. We are beyond success here, guys. We are in the point where I'm going to be breathing easy on that Florida trip. And let me tell you, I don't know why I feel a little teary right now, but I really need to go on that trip just to kind of reset and everything from the last couple of years, because it's been a lot, and Angela needs a break too. So these extra funds will be going towards that for her as well. So that sounds like somebody went near somebody else's choo-choo. All right, here's an X for the Orthomorphos subcarshi. Going once. Going twice. Sold to. Looks like Lucky Charms if nobody else got in before that with a winning bid of 51, unless like For the Roaches or Glock Roaches smashed through the door before that, but a winning bid of $51. And I do feel like these are going for a little low, but they are easy, and I think people, when you get them, you'll really find that they're an amazing millipede pet, just a good general millipede pet. 10 larvae of our last item before I go and get more stuff. Our last stuff, actually, we have 10 larvae of Pachnota marginata peregrina. This is our last set of marginata larvae available. Melissa says, I want these so bad, but I don't know how to care for them. Stupid easy. Just like look at the stupidest care guide, like Google AI generated care guide for a millipede, and that will work for Orthomorphos subcarshi. They are so easy. Like and sub, this dude rocks. The scene needs more Kyles. Thank you, Tiana. I appreciate that. If you feel that bad, give away some Emerald Roaches, says Bob Lambert. I would if I could, and believe me, at the April Bugapalooza, if they reproduce like they did last spring, I will. But right now, I have a dearth of Magnifica, and I'm waiting for more babies. Duke and Enzo says, I'm still in shock that 30 Illuma Salata only went for $30. It happens. You get good deals here. It's not a big Facebook page where you're fighting with other people and maybe somebody stacking the bids. But so here you get some good deals. All right, going once on the marginata larvae. Going twice. Sold to Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 55. 55. 10 larvae, Pachnota, marginata, peregrina. Winning bid of 55 to Chris Sniper. I'm still waiting for the day that I get that other mutation or whatever in my marginata where they have solid purple root wings. I'm still waiting. It's pretty common overseas, it seems. Don't forget to drink. Thank you for the reminder. That's the empty one, Kyle. Here's the full one. We'll take a nice big swig in case I missed anything before. I think we're hitting 1 a.m. for sure tonight, everybody. But that's okay. All right. We're going to have a break here. Boy, look at those. I love those numbers so much. That's security is what that is. That's the proper shape for a wine battle. A carafe, is that how you say that, Tian? Duke and Enzo saying great deals here. All right. I'm going to go get the last of our stuff. I think it's 20 to 40 items. We're going to find out. Again, I have no idea how much I packed up, but apparently a lot. It's a lot, guys. I will be back in a minute. All right, everybody. Not necessarily the best for last, but I tried to curate some fan favorites just while I was casually picking through stuff before. Grain Pest, when is too real? I know you guys love Grain Pest, so guess what? We do have some Grain Pests, some solid Grain Pests that we will be going into here. But we are going to start with some 30 Panethia, Angustipennis, Cognata, Cambodia, starting bid of $1. This is a great roach that you can keep on a substrate of nothing but wood pellets. And they can eat nothing but wood pellets too, but they do appreciate if you mix some other stuff in there, the typical roach food, the dog food, the fruit jellies, the etc. Yeah, we're tipping the scales. We're going over 100 items. This is kind of a mini Bugapalooza almost. I actually fear what Bugapalooza will be like with how this was. This is honestly pretty easy to prep for, but intensive but pretty easy. So I appreciate that. All right, thylacine asserting dominance. Thylacine, maybe you want to bump that to a $50 bid so that I have to drink. I don't know. All right, going once on the Panethia. Going twice. Sold to, looks like somebody's putting the Mad Dog sniped, but I'm not sure. Mad Dog 4621 with a winning bid of 46. Congrats, Mad Dog. There's that time where we had 2 dogs in here. We had like Mad Dog and something else. It was pretty funny. I thought it was amusing. All right, next up we have a grain pest, we have 100 mixed. No, you have to say that. It's just is probably like 100 plus. Ulamoides, dermastoid. This is a really bad typo right now. Ulamoides, dermastoides, the +$1 meta from Smuggler. Yeah, sometimes it is like that. You smuggler. What type of fruit jelly, says Allie last? Mango. I use mango fruit jellies. I also use, there's a pudding. They call them pudding cups, but they're not actually pudding. They're like a jelly with like a milk protein in it. And they make a honeydew one and a mango one and a strawberry one, etc. I do use those for some bugs now too. I usually go for the mango and the honeydew ones. Blybrush giganteus really like them. Like out of all the other stuff I've raised, like the giganteus really like them. So I've been using that for them a bit more often. I like spoiling that colony because they've been with me so long. They've been with me longer than pretty much anybody in my life other than Samson, aka Dead in the Basement, and my parents. And any not friends, any family, relatives. Those giganteus have been with me since I was a sophomore in high school, and that's ridiculous to think about. Same with the Archimandrita, CF marmorata. Those have been with me a long time. There might be maybe a few other things I've had for that long. I'd have to check my records, but those are the two that come off the top of my head. All right, here's an X for the Ulamoides, dermastoides, the peanut beetles, the pennant beetles, the grain pest, everybody. Going once, going twice. Sold to Calc BC with a winning bid of 7. I think that's one of our lowest winning bids from Calc BC for the Ulamoides dermastoides. All right, this could be fun. 60 Gyna bisanulata, starting bid of $1. The patchwork cockroach, starting bid of $1. Again, we've got grain pests, and then we've got some non-grain pests scattered in all of this stuff. Duke and Enzo says Komodo fruit jellies. I use the Gene. They're really cheap, and I like the container they're sold in. Yeah, that's all I have to say about that. It's human grade food, although I'm not 100% sure if humans really should be eating that. iLock Noise says, man, I'm on my way to Arizona. The signal is crap. Couldn't get a single win. I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe Bugapalooza will be better for you. Hopefully. 3 days, everybody. 3 days. Kyle will not survive is the tagline. Going once on the Gyna bisanulata. Going twice. Sold to Lucky Charms with a steal of 31, because there is a period there. A huge steal for Lucky Charms. One of the best deals of the auction, perhaps, next to the Cedoniscoma. Might be close there in terms of the steals. All right, we have a gastropod, our last gastropod. We have 10 Neohelix, Albolabris, Bryceville, Tennessee, starting bid of $1. Guys, I'm going nuts on gastropods on this collecting trip. I want to get all kinds of crazy freaking Alabama, Florida endemic gastropods that are over the size of a dime. Like, I'm so ready for that. Like, I'm emotionally vulnerable to getting lots of gastropods of a dime size or larger right now. TN says, I realize when you actually find out what human grade entails, USDA be like, meh. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Jin jellies are a Chinese product too. So, but you know what? It works for bugs, and it works very well for the bugs I use it for, so I can't complain. This is a great pet snail. They get large. It's a native species to the eastern United States. I hope I can collect other Neohelix species. In fact, I think one of them is in Huntsville, Alabama, where I'm going, so I'll have to keep an eye out for it, but there's another species of Neohelix there. that I really need to grab. In fact, if any of you find Neohelix species, let me know because I want to build my collection of them. Here's an X for them. These are captive bred also. This is an F2, I believe. Maybe even F3, some of the babies with the mix of sizes I have in the colony. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To, I cannot believe, Lucky Charms, the winning bid of 12. This is another steal. I will never financially recover from this. These guys are probably going on Roach Crossing for like $10 each or 12 for like 60 or something like that. So this is quite a steal. Alan says, oh boy, the price for the jelly going to skyrocket because of tariffs. Just buy a bond. I invest in bugs. Roach Crossing mostly works in bug technologies, if you haven't noticed. All right, 30 Elliptorhina Levi got a starting bid of $1. Any interest in Oreo Helix, Kyle? Yes, photo gallery, let me know. Let me know. Anything I can try to captive bred in a 10-gallon tank, I'm pretty interested in. Oreo Helix. Oh yeah, that's neat. Oh, that's got me feeling some kind of way looking at Oreo Helix. Oh, I like that. I like those guys. Yeah, keep me posted on that. That's got me feeling really good. Chris Snyder has posted a bid for 228. I think we're just gonna wrap it up. Oh, 28. Chris Sniper has yeah, Chris, just we'll take that. You've corrected your bid. I was gonna say, Chris, you are a high roller, but I don't think that high of a roller for the moment, but I could be wrong. Here's an X for the Levi Gata. Somebody's got to get over 50. I need to have another drink, guys. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To, looks like Ashton. Probably Ashton. I think that's Ashton's first win if it is Ashton. Ashton with a winning bid of 36. Circa expressing immense disdain. Ashton, congrats on your first win at this auction. And a good win, too. This is really cheap for Levi. Jeez. All right, here we go. Isopods. We want more isopods. 50% isopods. 20 Porcelio Sacinctus. Starting bid of $1. The Roach Crossing whales haven't been as active this time. I'm not sure what the Roach Crossing whales are. Roach Crossing whales. Don't know. Also, can I mention how lovely it is that it's spring? Like, we're getting into spring right now. I'm really excited for spring. I feel like winter went by like that, though. Like, I remember having this day in January where I was like, I'm not going to survive. I've got cabin fever. Like, the sun is low. It was a sunny day, and I could see the sun shining through my window at like the lowest, like southernmost angle, and I was just like, it is winter. And then I was like, but wait, dude, you have all this work you have to do. You're gonna, like, by the time you're done with it, it's gonna be spring. And like, I don't know, I was in this strange pit of accepting my despair, and it was just like, yeah, I'll just savor this weird feeling of like, it's winter, everything sucks. But not even everything sucks, just like very forlorn and very like lost in adrift. And then it just got better. I mean, I kept working and I got all that stuff done. And now it's like, oh, hey, it's spring. Is this life? Duke and Enzo asks, is Jing Jing the brand? I think that might be the brand. Here's an X for the sucks. And there's a $51 bid. Thank you for the roaches. Here goes another swig. All right. Tasty. How we doing? We are just phenomenal, guys. We are so good. We are so back. All right, going once for the Sacinctus. Going twice. Sold to Matt with a winning bid of 60. Matt, we'll just put 2 A's there. There we go. Matt. Actually kind of bummed that winter's over because now I can't indulge in watching roller coaster tycoon deep analyses while I'm doing extensive bug work. I'll get too distracted by going outside and doing stuff. Congrats on your win, Matt. I think that's the first one for you at this auction. Let's keep this pace up though. Here's all the good isopod guys at the end of the day. Porcelio Bolivari, 20 of them, starting bid of $1. This is stock from Alan John mixed with stock from somebody whose name shall not be mentioned. Zen Monkey says, I've dropped triple digits before, but there's usually a reason. Tien says, a customs bond. I don't know what that means. Caleb Kahn says, no one wants to take care of snails. That's the problem. But they're so easy. My Neohelix and my Caracolus are easier than some of my roaches. It's ridiculous. So maybe I have to make that information a little bit better known, perhaps. They eat just dog food. Both of them eat nothing but dog food. No greenery, just some old rotting substrate and dog food, and they do great. Tennyson says, sounds good. We find them pretty much everywhere we collect, so we could likely get a few species for you this year. I'd love that, Tennyson. I'd like to start with the largest species and work from there, so just keep that in mind maybe. Ashton says, Ashton Farthing. That's a little bit of an unfortunate last name, Ashton. Ellipterina Levi got a carry similar to most hissers, yeah. Ellipterina like it a lot drier than some other hissers, or at least they like a lot more ventilation. Or maybe it's better to say ground Groundvaterina and Princessia actually like more humidity than Ellipterina do, would be a general suggestion. Here's an X for the Bolivari. Stella Springtails really out in the lead with the 50 bid there. You know what that means, folks. Here we go. I literally can't complain right now. Literally cannot complain. All right. Going once on the Bolivari. Going twice. Sold to, looks like Beetle Pixel. Could be Ashton. Could be Beetle Pixel. Don't know. Sold to Ashton with a winning bid of Nintendo 64. Not the haha funny sex number, unfortunately, but a good bid nonetheless to Ashton. Ash Ketchum. All right. Next up, we have, and I'm going to leave this up because I got to run to the bathroom. I really got to go to the bathroom, guys. 30, Lukey Hormetica U.S. Hobby stock, starting bid of $1. We will have another line available at the Bugapalooza, and maybe by next year we'll have another line available. We will see. Don't know. So I will be right back. I'm going to go tinkle. We're back. You didn't write the species. Maybe I didn't write the species. Oh, I didn't write Varicosa. Sorry, thank you, Alan, for catching that. Edit for species. There we go. Sorry, everybody. I've had, as you know, I've had a little to consume, a bit of the consumption this evening. Everybody, here's an X for the Varicosa. My apologies. Going once, going twice. Sold to probably Beetle Pixel for a very good price. Let's see. Notice I haven't been saying Control R. To Double Z with a winning bid of 35. To Double Z. All right. We are down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 things. Let's do a grain pass. Let's do too many to count. Cytophilus, Zamaze, Bryceville, Tennessee, starting bid of $1. I don't know how many's in this thing, guys. There's infested rice and there's adults crawling all over the place. I really don't know how many are in the cup. It's a lot, though. It's a lot. I'll show it to you. I'll show you my secrets. This is the cup. If you look at it long enough, it starts to, you can see all the movement going on in here. It's a little, if you hold your ear up to it, it's like a seashell and hearing the ocean, but instead it's a bunch of weevils crawling around some infested grain. And that's how it is. Some beautiful pictures of some Cytophilus, a grain pest, a traditional grain pest, perhaps a passe, common grain pest in today's grain pest meta. Here's an X for the Cytophilus, going once. One of the few culturable weevils, or very easily culturable weevils, I should say. Going twice. Sold to Chris. I think it's Chris Sniper. We're going to see. I'm going to start writing to Chris Sniper, winning bid of $10. Sniper, winning bid of $10. We still got some good stuff coming up, everybody. It's not over. It ain't over. It was Mikhail Trust. I won your just stroke. Trust fall. Okay, I gotta save something really good for last. There's still plenty of good stuff, though, honestly. 20 Porcelio Scaber Scorpio, starting bid of $1. Oh my god, that's such a Scorpio thing to do. That's so Scorpio. This is basically what Lemonade wants to be, but better. It never produces any solid gray males. It's been a work of mine for 8 years now. About 8 years, maybe 9 years. But this stock no longer produces any solid gray males. You will have some calico males that have that are darker, but they're all definitively calicos. The darkest of these, again, you get Lemonade, you still get a lot of solid grays. This is there's a lot of work into these. There's too much time and effort, honestly, into making this strain, and that's why it is what it is. Exactly what it says. Currently, there are like 395 Cytophilus in the hobby. Yes, the grain pest hobby. Ashton says, "Are you able to ship to a business property? I can have a hard time with how busy I end up typically." Yes, if that business takes USPS, I can ship right there. That's a red calico, but that's basically the founding stock for Scorpio. I actually have a picture of Scorpio. I think I put them up for sale. Yep, I did put Scorpios up for sale, but there's no friggin' picture. I know I've posted a picture before. People asking, "Are you a Scorpio?" There's pictures from last auction. Here we go. I got a good one. I don't know why I never used this on the website, but I got one. I got one, guys. I got one. Here we go. There we go. I'll delete this picture. That is a red calico scaber. It may have originally been part of Scorpio, but there's some of that in here. There is some U.S. stuff. Scorpio is basically orange calico, selectively line bred with some U.S. red calico in there. So yeah, very proud of that line. One of my many scaber projects. Going once on the Scorpios. Going twice. Sold. Two Tories tarantulas with a winning bid of. Oh yeah, and that's an older. Geez, July 16th, 2018. That's an older, like that's an ancient image of the line back when you could still tell the red calico influence. Sorry, I got a Tories tarantulas winning bid of 32. But yeah, that's geez, an old. That would have been probably soon after it was the red calico was crossed into it back in 2018. Geez, yeah. Photo guy says it went too far into the archives. Yeah, I mean that's also an interesting point because like by now the breed has moved so far beyond that. But I mean it is in there. They do have red calico in there. Let's see. All right, next thing. We gotta do. Let's do these. We have 20. Paranophita lirata. Is something going on with the server, everybody? Should I not put a bid up right now? Is something going on where I should not post something right now? Anybody? You might care to update in the live stream. One of our 51 viewers who are here. Still wonderful. We have now we're making fun of Circa. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, that's appropriate. It's a joke. Sorry guys. You know, I've been drinking. All right. 20 Paranophita lirata, starting bid of $1. God willing, we will get Rufapes back in culture or one of the many other cool species of Paranophita, but at least we have two established and not going anywhere anytime soon for now. All right, Lizard Beans put a 50 down. Here's an X for the lirata. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Chris Sniper with a winning bid of $55. Chris Sniper. 55. I love saying that every time it happens. I will never get tired of that. Chris, just like I will never get tired of my beautiful wife. Angela, I hope you're watching this. I love you very much, honey bunny. We are doing phenomenal, guys. Girlfriend's age, 55. Geez, can we break over so we can make this an exceptional auction, like beyond my wildest dreams, with just some big numbers coming up, guys. Oh, that's right, drink. Thank you for reminding me, Bobber. We all know I need to be kept in touch, kept in line. All right. We have 20 Porcelio Expansus White. Allen's super good stock. Starting bid of $1. So these came from Allen. These are his exceptional Expansus White, have not been contaminated. Beautiful creatures they are. We've got a lot of interest already. I like to see that. So basically, we need about $270 worth of stuff here. And we might be able to do that. We might be able to do that to hit this historic milestone for this particular auction, blowing, again, all my expectations and desires completely out of the water. So we'll see. Here's an X. Thank you, Photo Gallery, for posting that. For the Expanses White from Alan. Going once. Going twice. Sold. Two Tories Tarantulas with a winning bid of 49. A really good deal on these for Allen stock, nonetheless. Seriously. Tories Tarantulas winning bid of 49. Okay, what we got coming up next? Okay, oh yeah, good stuff. All right, we have a group of 20 Lukey Hormetica Subquincta, starting bid of $1. Your wreathed glow spot roach, just a little group of these guys. Put them out there. You guys love glow spots. Everybody does. Did I not drink? 49 is just shy of 50. I don't have to drink for that. It's just shy of that. After these Subquincta, we have 4 items left. But as you know, I like hitting big milestones. So if we don't hit a milestone after these, I may end up having to put some more stuff up. Thank you, Photo Gallery. Fushiguro is in the lead. Fushiguro, I haven't seen you in a hot minute. Zephyrus is now in. Here's an X for the Subquincta. Maybe I will be done before 1. Who knows? I know we got some tense stuff coming up here, everybody. All right, going once on the Subquincta. Going twice. Sold. 2, looks like Beetle Pixel, but could be Comrade, and a really good price on these as well to boot. 2 Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of 34. The shower is going to feel so good tonight. I cannot wait. All right, we are inching closer. If we get about $200 within this stuff, we are thylacine. Oh, thylacine with 38. Edit. Thylacine 38. It is thylacine way up there. Sorry, there we go. Thank you. I love everybody panicking at me. Thylacine with a winning bid of $38. Thank you. Everybody just starts. It would be a great strategy. Just constantly mess up and then have everybody post in the live stream so it bumps the engagement. It's very devious. So who knows? Also, I bumped this little card table multiple times, and we're not getting we're not bumping the cable. It's miraculous, honestly. Okay, let's do these. We have 10. Special stuff, everybody, that's being released against my better judgment, perhaps. Granfordurina Portentosa Giant Project stock, starting bid of $1. So some of you may have seen me post the Big Girls Need Love 2 on Instagram. And some of you maybe a year and a half ago might remember I did that video where I did like late night just run around checking on bugs, and I had that massive male Portentosa. Actually, it was a massive pair of Portentosa. It's in one of my impromptu live streams somewhere, and this is that project. A couple of years down the road, we're getting some more consistency with the size. I'm not seeing stupidly tiny males anymore, which seems to be like getting that out of there just in general has been very difficult with other hissers, but here we go. So this is not the final project. I'm going to release that under another name, but you get a little branch off of that family tree. You get a chance at having some big stock. This is all out of the old Cleveland Aquarium line, the before 1984 or before 1985 Cleveland Aquarium Portentosa stock. So, and yeah, that female is just huge. I have big hands, so that female is even bigger than maybe you imagine. Behigiger with a solid 69. We like that. All right, we'll start wrapping it up then. Going once. I like big bugs and I cannot lie. Going twice. Sold. To Behigiger. Far ahead of everyone else with a winning bid of the nice number, 69. A nice 69 from Behigiger. All right, we are looking really good. We need $120, everybody, and I think with what's left, we can hit that, and we will drink. Thank you for the reminder. So, Exotic Willen is posting an old meme with the old logo for Roach Crossing. It's an ancient meme now. It's not funny because it has the old logo. If it were updated, it would be funnier. So saith I. All right. 3 things left, everybody. We have 20 Porcellio Verneri, starting bid of $1. I've gotten a couple of nice mutants of these over the last year. I hope to make them available soon. Verneri seem to like a bit of space. They need a little bit of room to figure out like their perfect conditions and enclosure or something I found out. So I do have I would like to have them all in a 5.5 gallons so they have lots of room to humido-regulate and whatnot would be my suggestions. Give them more room than you may be inclined to is my suggestion. Thank you, Photo Gallery, for a beautiful picture. And Provider of Scorpions bidding at 40, helping us to achieve that 120. If each of these things goes for at least 40, and we should be there without any problems. Here's an X for the Porcellio Verneri. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Beetle Pixel was first. Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of 53. Provider of Scorpions, you were so close. We came so far and got so far. In the end, it doesn't really actually matter, I suppose. We got a couple of YouTube comments. I got to refresh. Everybody's saying refresh. Refresh. Why? Did somebody else win? Pretty sure it was Beetle Pixel. Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of 53. People are saying refresh. Oh, he's saying perfect time for Kyle to sing that song. All right, we're going to do 20. Here we go, some good stuff. He's joking. I know it's hard for me to tell sometimes. I'm sorry. Jesus, I got a Provider of Scorpions, and I did a refresh, and it still shows Beetle Pixel. Unfortunately, because if I back reference these things, I have to go and use what my Discord shows. I have to use this. I did refresh. It did show Beetle Pixel. I'm very sorry, Provider of Scorpions. But if you decide to get some Porcellio Verneri for me in the future, let me know. I will take pity on this situation. The freaking emoji, man. Come on, man. Hilarious. All right, 20 Luki Hormetica Grossii for a starting bid of $1, the largest Luki Hormetica currently in culture. So they say. All right, Lizard Bean says they also will get stuck between the wall and leaves decor too close to the walls. I'm not sure what that was about. Duke and Enzo says, I noticed that Verneri don't need... Oh, about the Verneri. Verneri don't need deep substrate because they'll dig themselves up against the side of the enclosure and die. Yeah, a lot of people making that comment on them. I think they must live in a very specific microhabitat, like maybe like limestone or shale areas where they only have to ever hold on to like a very flat, consistent surface with no corners. So Circus says, mine got stuck on my coast live oak leaves and the side of the enclosure and died. Oh my gosh, everybody taking L's with Verneri. I guess it is like that, huh? How are Stramosa doing? Good. We will have Stramosa for the Bugapalooza for sure. Hornwood says, this still happening? A nap went to the store, then went to the gym and back already. Yep, still going. We're in the final stretch here, the last two things, unless we don't break the number that I want here. All right, going once on the grow side. High humidity for these guys too, by the way. High air humidity, so like low ventilation. Going twice. Sold. Two, looks like Beetle Pixel for the not so funny 6 number. Let us see. God, I really want a pizza right now. Real bad. Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of 66. Not quite as funny as 69 or 65, but we'll take it, you know. Beetle Pixel, not Beetle. Beetle Pixel. With a winning bid of 66. And how are we doing? We have passed our quota, everybody. We did it. We made it. This auction outperformed my expectations vastly. And I can go to Florida with a clean conscience and a happy wife. And it's going to be great. And thank you. And I'm going to get you all kinds of bugs there, everybody. Again, we got the roach crossing on the road. I'm going to post stuff there. If you see something that I catch that you want, we'll be in touch there, blah, blah, blah. And with that being said, we're on to our last item, which maybe to some is a letdown, maybe to some is not, but we got, historically it's not been a letdown, I'll say that much. 20 Troglodillo species green spot study winter. Oh, Lord. I'm very tired. This might actually be more than 20 because I started tapping tinies in at some point because like packing things ahead of time. I don't want it to be an undercount in case there are casualties, so I usually overcount these. The wine is really starting to hit. I didn't take a sip for the last one, did I? All right. I'm going to sleep real good tonight, guys. I need to turn off my alarm. And I need to have pizza in the morning. I need sustenance. I have a Detroit-style deep dish. I almost said what I call it when Will's over, and I'm glad that I didn't call it that. Detroit-style. Oh, what the heck? It's 1 a.m. It was a Detroit-style deep throat waiting for me in the freezer. So that's going to be great tomorrow morning, or maybe even tonight. I don't know. We've got a lot of vicious bidding over this. I love this. I love this very much. I love you guys are just adding to the financial security of the Florida trip for both Will and I, and that's great. I appreciate it. Maybe we'll even have some pill millipedes available at the spring auction. I don't know. Maybe, guys. All right. Let's see what you guys are going on the YouTube. Someone clip that. It's a low-hanging fruit in terms of humor, I must say, but I love it very much. Speaking of which, here's the X while we let things percolate. We are dangerously close to another roach crossing after dark, the either second or third. We are at 969 subs. That has been growing so much, thanks mostly to Exotic Wilderness spamming roach crossing stuff everywhere. Thank you so much, Exotic Wilderness. They will be rewarded with grain pests, believe me. But we are almost 1,000 subscribers, guys. Almost to 1,000 subs. I don't like what's happening here. All right, there's the nice. All right, going once on the green spots. I'll give you guys a second to get back into the auction spirit. Going once, going twice. Sold. To our grand winner, which is Lucky Charms. Oh, wait, I never posted the sold. There we go. Lucky Charms with a winning bid of 100 and a number. Thank you so much, Lucky Charms. Thank you, everybody who's participating. We have just smashed through everything, all my expectations, everything. Rhino giveaway, which we will probably do at the Bugapalooza. Rhino giveaway for 1,000 subs. We'll do something crazy for 1,000 subs. Maybe a big bug box, maybe a triple B. And that goes to the lid to the Sharpie. We may do a triple B, a big bug box, which is basically I send you like a large flat rate size box just packed full of all kinds of cool bugs. So, but we got a Bugapalooza coming up at the 1,000 subs, and I think that's when YouTube will finally start giving me my freaking money. Not that there's a pile of it sitting there, but come on. Yeah, this is wonderful, guys. Not even a Bugapalooza in only 4 hours. We're getting some good Kyle memes in the chat. I appreciate it. Some good Roach Crossing memes. We love that. I love to see it. The classic I saw pregnant women. All kinds of great memes. Go crazy with the memes right now, guys. That's perfectly fine. The technical difficulties. I need a drink for the I need a drink for those troglodylos. A drink for the troglodylo species green spots. Carlos Michelson sent me like 8 of them 2 or 3 years ago, and like I don't know, I just did really well with them. I don't know. You can think just a small founding population. Now there's so many, and I can't wait till I finally release platinum. Was it platinum credit card refinance your mortgage strain of the Troglodilo green spots? That's going to be quite the day. Look at all this stuff. The technical difficulties, please stand by. Of course, is a reference to the time where a Princessia male dislodged the USB cable and ended the live stream. Very classic. Very classic, everybody. Chris Sniper, no swiping. Okay, I'm pinning that. That's some good stuff. That gives me some good vibes. Before doing bug husbandry, after doing bug husbandry. I love this. I love these memes. Thank you. Exotic Wilderness is our keeper of the memes. Oh, perfect memes here. Thank you, everybody. Day 6 of the Bugapalooza. Let's hope that I find something crazy that qualifies as a grain pest in Florida. That could happen. I locked no asking how much for free shipping. It's $100 for free shipping. You get free priority mail shipping. Anyways, everybody, this has been amazing. I miss hanging out with you at the weekly generals, but hey, that's just how life is right now. We'll get back there one day. I have hope, I have faith, and with auctions performing this well, I'm sure we'll get somewhere in some time. So, thank you, everybody, for attending one of the bestest per hour auctions on the face of the planet, and in terms of bugs. I really appreciate it. Get in touch with me with your auction wins. Oh boy, just the memes, just the precious memes. I love it so much when your girl has to try something new. Oh, this is just delightful. And you know what, guys? Even more memes. I'll try to make sure Will and our other friend, I don't know if he wants to be named yet, get some good candid shots of me on the Florida trip. I'm sure Alan and Satchel will when we get to Alabama, so we can get some more good memes for all of you. I'll try and catch a Muscovy. I will try my hardest. There may be some memes of emus in the back of the car at some point, you know, that kind of stuff. So. But anyways, everybody, thank you so much for making this just a phenomenal, spectacular auction. Just blew my expectations out of the water. I was hoping we would hit, as always, hoping we hit certain goal points, and we just smashed right through, just smashed and slammed like the toad line bullies right through all those expectations. So send me an email with your username, and I'll get you your total list. Get me some monies, and I'll get you some bugs out this St. Patty's Day or Tuesday. And on Friday, me and the fellows will be headed southwards for the first major collecting trip I've been on since 2022. It's been a whole 3 years. It's been 4 years since the last Florida trip. I cannot believe that it's been that long since the last Florida trip. Really, perhaps too long. So But anyways, everybody, thank you again so much. It means the world to me. I look forward to doing some more regular live streams. And hey, we got the Bugapalooza coming up. You didn't get enough of this mug? You're going to get 3 straight days of it. I have even more bugs to put up for sale then. What's the matter with you? Put it in your Stagola. So take care, everybody. May your cultures ever be bountiful. And thank you so much. I'm clicking the end stream button and it's not ending. So this is we're gonna have to do a workaround. All right, now we can end the stream. Again, we've stopped the permanent disconnection, but now we've got these awkward endings where I scale it up and then I have to go back in and end the stream. So good night, everybody. For real.